Hello, everyone, and welcome to round six of the U.S. Masters. The round has just begun. So this is Fabi's board. Fabi has started with one C4. I do just want to hurry and swap to this. You can see, even though the round has officially begun, we have players coming in late. The playing hall is still pretty empty, but still, we'll we're geared up for some very exciting chess. We are currently streaming on the Charlotte Chess Center page on Naroditsky's Twitch and Chess Sharks, as well as the Charlotte Chess Center YouTube. So this tournament, we are everywhere. Everyone, welcome. It's so good to be here. I'm Grandmaster Caden Trofe. I know I don't look enough like Naroditsky to pass, but I will try to keep up the best I can and take his lead, as he is a absolute brilliant commentator. I know I found myself watching and really enjoying the games and his commentary, so it's just been a fantastic event. Of course, the headliner for this event is the fact that Fabiano is playing, and Fabi, there, will go back to his camera. Board one, wait, already being talked to by tournament directors? Not sure what that was, but Fabi maybe he played C4 and he's getting called out of the playing hall or off the board, so something happened. But it's been fantastic. Fabi and Nicholas Theodoro there on board one with the only two perfect 5 out of 5 score. On board two, the two followers just a half point behind him. Let's go there very quickly. Andy Woodward and Alexander Donchenko. Both have been playing fantastic chess, so great to see these players on these top boards. They've all been playing fantastically. They've led to some great chess that's been fun to follow, and we'll continue to see as things take off. Let's go back. Well, let's maybe keep the Fabi cam up, because I'm curious as to what's going on. It does appear like Fabi's time is still ticking, so not sure what that is about. Fabi, I'm pretty sure Fabi didn't sit at the wrong board. I feel quite confident in that. So they did pause the clock. Okay, very curious. No, it doesn't seem like it was a big deal, but they had to pause the clock and go talk to both players. Who knew playing one C4 was such a violation? Now, this looks like it could quite easily be a reverse Sicilian type if Fabi plays G3 here. I mean, you get these lines, G3. Well, there's actually a couple of options. So after G3, Black can play, and these lines are kind of fun. I enjoy playing knight d4 here, but you can also play d5. But there is a trick here. Of course, you do not want to take the pawn. F4, the better move, but still good for Black. Black gets a lot of compensation with the activity, but you don't want to move this knight anywhere, as that would be checkmate. So knight d4, just a little bit of a trick, but going for this early trade, and then you play something like bishop b4. And I've played these positions quite a bit. I find them to be relatively decent for Black. If you want something more aggressive, then of course you go d5. You go fully into like a reverse Sicilian. The big difference is we're not going to keep this knight here. We're actually going to drop it back, as we do not want to run into any sort of knight takes e4. I want to say it was actually Fabi who played this as Black. I think it was Fabi that played this as Black recently, and there was some strange, at least strange to me, bishop c5 move that was played. Okay, this took us back out of the analysis, but let's go back to that line. Oh, no, he's playing a3, so none of that. Fabi not going for any sort of that g3 more mainline stuff. He's playing a3. Not that you lose any of those opportunities, but see the thinking. Theodoro, pause. Trying to remember his lines. I would expect If by any chance he prepared the English, which I doubt it. I mean, Fabi's been playing a little bit of everything, or can play a little bit of everything. I almost think preparing against Fabi, you're better to just rest, look at any lines you're worried about. But potentially this a3, he hasn't looked at in a while. You still can go for d5, but maybe some hesitation. While this would be more main line to go for d5, I think you should have a sense that, hold on, he's going for a3. This likely is some prep. Okay, knight takes e3, the best performing move. Bishop e7 and e3, nothing too crazy out of the opening. Lots of moves for white. The knight takes d5 has been played 40 times. Bishop b5 30 times. Bishop e2 28 times. I don't know, unless Theodoro remembers the stuff with d5 and he's very confident he remembers it. If that's the way to go, I think it could be really worth playing the secondary move played here, g6. Not going full on into these positions, but conceding a little bit. Hey, I'm not going to play main line, but g6 is solid enough. Let's play this so I avoid any sort of theory. And that's a serious pause, though. He's really thinking about this moment. Let's take a quick glance. I'm going to take a quick glance at a lot of the other games. Still feels pretty early. Just to go back to this playing hall view. So now this is about 10 minutes into the round, and still you can see some empty places there. So chess players, not known for their early starts, but this is maybe a bit wild. I feel like a lot of these events, you're gonna see this type of empty playing hall 10 minutes into the round. Only if it's an earlier round, which tomorrow will be a half an hour earlier, so I'd expect to see this. But this is the same time as yesterday's round, and everyone just seems to be running a little bit late. About the only opening we have, which is a great game to go to, that's developed a little bit more, is board 2, Andy Woodward versus Alexander Donchenko. Someone pointing out, yes, this is being streamed on Naroditsky's channel. He gave specific permission for this event, so the event coverage could stay even though he is resting. Very, very kind of him to allow the extra exposure, but I think he really believes in this event, and I mean, it's incredible to have such a strong field. 47 grandmasters in an open tournament is pretty darn ridiculous. I feel like I'm happy if there are 10 grandmasters in an event I go to. Having 4 times that is just insane. So here, this a5 move. Now, I will say what's interesting is playing bishop g2 instead of knight f3. I could possibly get behind this move. I used to play the Catalan many years ago, and often my struggles, there were 2 lines I struggled with the most: bishop b4 stuff, and then d takes c4, and some variations. So bishop b4, you provoke the bishop. This takes the square away from the knight, or in some cases, you just play d takes c4 right away, then bishop b4, then a5. And it can be very annoying if black is very, very prepared here. So this, though, with bishop b4, and again, I'm not quite positive. I don't know if there are any clear differences with playing bishop g2. In this case, I can't imagine in other lines, but in this particular variation, knight f3 still feels like the move, continuing the main ideas. But typically the idea, a5 is you just get that little extra benefits. You kind of put this clamp down. White normally does not want to take on b4 because open file and a pawn that restricts And a3, I mean, now you can drop back to e7. And in a lot of cases, since black is either playing b6 or c6, you're able to solidify that a5 pawn. And again, kind of use it just to restrict white a little bit more than you normally would. So we have some pause, and let's go there on the board from Andy Woodward. In response to this a5 move, this is something uh, I like seeing. I think a lot of people will tend to rush in the opening because you want to appear confident. You don't want your opponent to believe they caught you off guard. But I think you are more likely to make mistakes playing quickly, trying to pretend you know what you're doing, than if you just slow down, kind of accept, hey, this did surprise me. Let's take a moment, let's figure it out, and you go from there. So this type of approach, I'm a huge fan of, and I think you really could take this moment, even if this is a surprise. Okay, let's consider the other moves. The other move I'm seeing that's played quite a bit here. We have a move in the game. Okay, the other move was Queen C2. Andy's going pretty straight up, just Knight F3. Considered a few of the options there, it seems like, but not as of yet doing anything too crazy. I think he's going to play pretty straight up, and we'll see if Donchenko has particular preparation. Now, it gets a bit difficult when you're in this situation. 4.5 points. So they're a half point behind the leaders, Fabi and Theodoro. And you have to kind of make some decisions as to how much you want to push for a win and how solidly you want to play. I think in this case, you typically do want to keep playing more solid because a draw will keep you up there where a loss, okay, you're still kind of up there, but can really set you back and can be much more difficult to recover from. So in this situation, I would expect a pretty solid game from both these players on board too. Of course, if they get the chances, they're going to push, but I think they are going to be happy keeping it solid, not doing anything too crazy, and waiting for the right moment to strike should it appear. Now, with that said, while I do think they are going to play solid, I do strongly believe in that wait for the right moment to strike. These guys, they are at the top for a reason, and it is because they will absolutely take the opportunity to strike given the chance. So I'm taking a look just to see what other openings we have, which ones have developed a bit further since we're still a bit early. Now, we do have more developments here, and looks like Andy took a second. Kind of interesting. So he took a second with Knight F3 just to think through the options, but now he's playing quickly, so maybe took a moment to remember the variation, but now he's confident that he has it. This is still mainline, 200 games after Queen B6. Here, E3, the most commonly played move, which is a bit counterintuitive. Normally, if you push G3, you have the bishop on G2. E3 is a move you're almost hesitant to play because it can really open up the light squares. But this knight on D4 is hitting a lot of important squares. That would be the reason that it would be justified in this case. And we're catching up live. E3 has been played. E takes D5 castle. Following these games, so who's going to be the first to surprise, or are they just going to take it down the line? Are they going to just take it down the line? Yes, Fabi so far is 5 out of 5. He had a very intense, down to the wire game against Burke, which I will say, Burke, to me, Fabi's had some tough battles where I think he's been close to potentially drawing in the first couple of rounds, but since rounds 3 and 4 were a bit cleaner, and then Burke was a tough battle where Burke, I would say, was the first one to have some opportunity against Fabi. Still very difficult, and he would have had to be ultra sharp, low on time, but Fabi was able to trade off some pieces, keep up the pressure, and unfortunately, Burke in the time pressure slipped. So Fabi keeps the 5 out of 5. Still playing very well on his part. He's been absolutely fantastic and very, very strong. But toughest battle. Yeah, Theodoro is a very respectable player and one that, on a good day, absolutely, even with the black pieces, can take Fabi down. Now they're continuing to follow Mainline. From what I can see here, still 100 games played, Rook C1, and they're gonna keep following it. I'm curious. I have this little bit of concern when lines tend to have so many games so far into it, and these Catalan type structures, both players playing theory. That usually means it could be headed down to equality or in the direction of equality. So I hope either Woodward or Donchenko have some sort of sideline, some way to kind of deviate from this, and we get a good fight. Let's hurry and check on Fabi's game. As always, for anyone in chat, if you have a game that you do notice that you want to take a look at, feel free to let me know. I'll try and keep an eye on chat the best I can, despite it being across a few channels. But definitely appreciate all the suggestions. There are 24 games with many strong players, so there are things that I'm going to miss and things that I'm going to be busy trying to keep up with. So definitely let me know if you see anything that stands out. So just a quick update on Fabi. I don't think we spend too long here, but A3 and now D5 was played. So Theodoro did not back down from going into the more mainline D5, and now this actually catches my attention quite a bit. If let's say Bishop D6 G3, this is reminding me of Fabi's game yesterday morning. He was able to get some pretty decent pressure in the center after a well-timed d4, and then the knights were jumping around. They were creating threats, but just some similar ideas of queen keeping pressure here, bishop putting pressure here, knight potentially jumping in. Not the same, but Fabi seems to be going and very comfortable with these positions where he doesn't commit too much to the center. He keeps more flexibility, he keeps it a bit more solid, and then he waits for the right opportunity to strike. So this, I think Fabi is going to be happy with. That doesn't mean he's winning. That doesn't mean he is already like, wow, this is the opening of the century. But I think this type of position is exactly what he's looking for, and he'll be happy to play it. So someone was saying to take a look. We have Kanti's game, Shelev's game. We have, okay, I love it. The suggestions coming in. I know someone also mentioned Burke seemed to have a very good position out of the opening, so let's go there. Burke, again, played a very nice game against Fabi, unfortunately losing in the final moments, but very, very strong player and has been doing fantastic throughout this event. So let's go back. Wait a second. This is close to a Grunfeld. Wait, this is a perfect opening. Hold on. So a sort of an anti-Grunfeld-esque from White, from Magesh here. Normal Grunfeld, of course, c4, knight c3, then d5, or knight takes d5, and knight takes c3 is going to happen, and then white taking the center, black fighting back. Here, white waits for that to play any sort of knight c3, to play c4. So d5 comes earlier, where you're not faced with, because the downside if the knight's not on c3, let's play a wasted move, is that the knight gets kicked. White takes very good control over the center. But since we get d5 early, we have options to solidify with c6. or we can take on c4. Now, these taking on c4, uh, I think is a great decision. As someone that's played this quite a bit, I've played a lot of c6, I've played d takes c4, I've played other lines instead of d5 like b6, bishop b7, like d6, knight c6. This has become very popular for white because a lot of mainline Grunfeld can be very destructive and very dangerous. So I like to think people are scared. But I also understand it because I can play these positions as white too. But these d takes c4, c3, I think is one of the better chances for black to push for a win. c6, if you're happy with a draw, go ahead, play c6. Like, it is solid, boringly so. It is boringly solid to play c6. I am not the biggest fan, but if you want something more exciting, d takes c4, c3, this is the way to go. And following it up with e5, Burke, this feels like he wants a fight. I mean, he's been playing well. He played well against Fabi. I think it's a great thing to be able to say, yeah, my only loss is against Fabiano Caruana. Successful tournament. But it's great to see that even with the black pieces, this feels like he is ready to go at it. So e5, d takes e5. Wait, d takes... Yeah, d takes e5. So what's the issue here? Because bishop d3 is a concern. If you play knight takes e5, you have to think about knight takes e5, bishop d3. I guess it hasn't changed here. Bishop d3 because once the queen moves, bishop takes f1, and you can take my bishop, but I take... when does the captures end? I take your bishop, you take my bishop, I take your knight, you take my rook. Material somehow is even, but black's position is dominant. I mean, look at this bishop. In the other game with Woodward and Donchenko, I was talking about the concerns with g3 and e3, how it opens up these light squares, which sometimes you can live with, but you definitely cannot live with these weaknesses if you will let your opponent take your bishop. So this definitely not acceptable. Like, that's just, you're suffering. This bishop in these types of positions can be so valuable, like better than a rook, and often you see in cases where someone may give up the rook on a8 just to get the opponent's bishop and get this setup. If you get it for free, I think you're okay. Now, white does have some play themselves, but they're slower, and it's just not going to be quite the same. So d takes e5 isn't working, but knight takes e5 does feel like an improvement. If we're going to go down this line, let's remove a piece from the board that was looking to get captured. Same line, bishop takes, pawn takes. Now it doesn't quite work because we are missing bishop takes f3. And with the bishop and the rook being threatened, we play something like king takes g7. We're down 2 pieces for the rook. And everything I said about our opponent having the light squared bishop with this, well, now white will completely dominate in the same way, just on the dark squares. So knight takes e5. Here, something like moving the knight. I would think knight g4. This wasn't played, though, so there's some very interesting ideas that I expect Burke had prepared. But rook fd1 was played, already being given a miss. Now, with that said, while the computer sees this as a miss, the evaluation really didn't change that much. And in all honesty, going down in like right into your... Oh, sorry, knight takes e5, going right into your opponent's preparation, and that tactical type line can be maybe even more dangerous than playing a dubious move where your opponent now has to think for themselves. Now, there's 2 possible ways if you're going to play e5 that you're going to take it. This isn't rocket science, but obviously we're trying to put pressure here, or we're trying to gain space with e4. In this particular case, if you can get away with it, I think e4 is the way to go. Knight gets kicked back, and when I say get away with it, it's just that we have to know we're not overextending by pushing this pawn. It's not going to get attacked. But here, okay, just simple. Bishop g4, and white already has to create some weaknesses. f3, take. This pawn's going to be a massive target now. So absolutely not knight d2, which means we have to go knight e5. We have to cover bishop g4. And once again, we're running into some potential tactics, but all about the queen placements. Maybe we go queen c8. Let's continue to keep up the pressure here, as well as we don't want to take right away because of the discovery. Although I guess we get away with it with knight d7. This does both, and then white has a weak pawn. Okay, now that I look at this, this actually looks very nice too. So what is white just in trouble after e4? I mean, if knight e5, because we don't want to run into bishop g4, and we get hit with knight d7. I mean, this pawn looks so weak. If we go crazy, g4, bishop e6, bishop takes e4. Okay, that's pinned. Don't hang the queen. Queen h4 first creates a threat against g4, giving us time then to follow up with the capture. This looks fantastic for black. Threats here, knight ready to jump in. Threats here, bishop takes g4. Like, I think you have to now consider something like f4 just to keep that knight out. Allow bishop takes g4 and defend with bishop f3, which feels technically working, but hurts a little bit on the inside. Hurts a little bit on the inside. Yeah, I do not love this. I do not love this at all. And let's see what was played. Yeah, e4. E4 Burke. I mean, this is the power of the Grunfeld. That's all I can say. I've been waiting for it in the commentary. I've been please give me a game in commentary where someone plays the Grunfeld. As someone that's been playing it for over 10 years, I'm a huge fan. And while this wasn't the typical, and Burke may even have not been intending the Grunfeld or just happy to go down more of these kind of pseudo-Catalan lines, this looks just absolutely brilliant. This looks absolutely brilliant for him. Knight e5 has been played. There could be some other options, but I like knight takes e5. I do think it is worth Burke slowing down and just considering all the possibilities, because you do have a few ways you can take it, whether it's queen c8, whether it is knight takes e5. I don't know, maybe there's also just some simple h5 to completely shut down any sort of g4 potential. I think you can be quite happy with this position. So let me take a glance again as openings are developing. There was a request, and I did see earlier that there was a lot going on Canty's game. So let's go to there, check his opening. Oh my goodness. We might be seeing a Canty special. Looking at his clock, he's game time. We're 14 moves into this game, and he's up from what he started. You start with 1 hour and 30 minutes. He's gained 4 minutes with that 30-second increment. Absolute speed right now. And of course, Canty, Jobava London, the expert. Let's see at 95. Let me hurry and open the openings database just to see how common is this. I mean, that's sharp, right? We're seeing 7 games, and some of these points, 40 games, 10 games. And Canty knows it. Like, this is played every day. Like, this is mainline, and he's sharp. So here he loses the pawn. I don't feel like I agree with the computer evaluation here. I mean, like if we got rid of it, right? We don't have the eval bar to distract us. Rook on a semi-open file, ready to eye that pawn. Threat happening, so this knight has to move. This pawn, yes, we're down a pawn right now, but that's not going to happen. That's not going to stay for long. Bishop's open compared to black, whose rooks are not there yet. They're not developed. They're still sitting f8, a8. I like this. This looks very dangerous for black. Knight ready to jump in. The pressure against c7. Knight takes e7. Uh, Definitely an important moment. Where are you going to place this knight? I feel like you'd have to go knight c6. Knight c4 just feels too brazen, but maybe worth calculating. Okay, is there actually anything wrong? This is something you want to be careful about in calculation. Is this move looks really bad to me, but let's make sure. Let's not just assume. Take, yeah, take the knights now hanging. I think we're just straight up winning a pawn pretty easily. We can't even get fancy here. I play something like knight takes d5, bishop takes. We go king b1, and knight being threatened, the defender of the bishop. Knight can't move because then the bishop's in trouble. You can't even do something. Oh, you can do something like knight a3. I was thinking knight d6, but that doesn't work to knight e7. You can take this, but at the end we're going to take there. King moves, take here. Rook e5, take here, take here. Yeah, we'll have enough pawns to even put a few in the bank and save for later. So knight c4 doesn't feel like the move. I think you go knight c6. Not that this looks necessarily without risk, but knight c4 feels like too much. Hold on, so I'm being told knight c4. Here's a move. Wait, I was thinking this didn't work to queen takes. Oh, but we take and we just give up the rook for, or give up the queen for the two rooks. Okay, so knight c4, more of a consideration. So here... Well, in chat, I love the honesty. Yes, this is Stockfish. Ah, here I was trying to just look at it. And, so someone is saying they told black may know this position just as well. But he's spending a lot of time here. So if that is the case, if it is true, then possibly considering options. Considering options. With that said, this position does tend to favor white. White wins a little bit more than black, but in this type of craziness, I still stand by it. I like white's position. I'd prefer it. I don't know if I'm going to contend against Stockfish in these lines, although I do assume if queen takes d5 doesn't work, that we at least have rook takes e7. We play the active rook against the two bishops. Might actually be fine for black, but also should be fine for white, worst case scenario. Interesting. I think this is good for Canty, though. Canty seems to thrive in these complex positions, these messy battles, so if he's in his prep and there's some chances for complication, some chance for an absolute slugfest, then I think that's great for him. Since we're here, I always find it to be a good time to check into the other streamer board, Dina Belankaya playing against I am Aaron Jacobson. This one is interesting. So a little bit different. I've played Dina a few times in rated games. One Blitz, one Rapid, one Classical. Of course, we never double up. And I always get the white pieces. So I am constantly playing pretty much something similar to this as someone that likes to fianchetto their bishop. And Dina does do a lot of this b6. At least she has been lately, developing this bishop to b7. Now she's hesitating here. It's tough. I do feel like these positions, I don't know if I love b6. And maybe that's because I've taken a look and I've studied more playing Dina with the white pieces, these positions from white's perspective. So obviously I have that bias, but the typical bishop f4, let's say bishop e7, bishop f4, c5, I think you can even play knight e5, maybe, yeah, I think knight e5, You could consider rook c1 or even taking on c5 first, but it should just be comfortable. You could develop normally. You look for the right opportunities of capture or going after this pawn, or maybe even playing e4. So I'll be interested to see. Idina's been playing this a lot lately, so I'm sure she's studying it and may be cooking up some new ideas here. Doing a quick glance, not much has seemed to happen in Fabi's game. It looks like 2 moves have been played. Let's go to board 3 since we haven't checked that at all. And tune in. This is Gregory Oparin versus Gleb Dudin, if I'm saying that correctly. With the knight on a3. And Oparin playing extremely fast. Up 30 minutes on the clock already. Okay, what was the opening? e4, c4. Okay, bishop b5. This is a big part of why I don't love playing knight c6. I try to avoid it by playing early g6, bishop g7. These bishop b5, Rostalimo lines have become very popular to where I feel like I'm seeing it more against knight c6 than even the open Sicilian with d4. So you just, I mean, at least 50% of the time, I think you have to expect it. And personally, not my favorite. White takes, gives you those double pawns. You don't quite get the same play, same breakthroughs that you would get in a normal Sicilian that I'm a huge fan of. So starts with just slow play. B takes c6. I've seen more D takes c6. I've seen in the games recently, D takes c6 has seemed to be favored, where black then tries to go for e5 and just keep sort of a clamp in the center. Playing B takes c6, you're looking more for well-timed d5, which is likely the reason knight a3. I don't know if there's particular reason for playing knight a3 here, and if it's really that much better than d3, d2. I suspect the big purpose is just not having to deal with any sort of rook b8, where now the knights can jump in easier, or you can even move the rook over because the square has been vacated. After something like d3, trying to go for knight d2, you at least have to consider the option of rook b8 and maybe knight a3 going for that same setup. Just makes life a little easier. I don't think it's the biggest deal. I struggle to believe knight a3 is that exceptional compared to any sort of d3 first or any of that, but any other possibilities? Maybe it still opens up d4 or c3, d4 first. I don't think you want to go down that route. Any e5 tricks? I mean, if you do get knight c4, let's say here, okay, of course you don't want to play knight c4 right here and have it protecting, because then you have to start to consider d5, bishop a6, kicking the knight away. But there could be some possibilities if you are rushing for this to try and get e5, where now knight d6 is a big issue. So that would be the biggest reason to me of playing knight a3 here, or the biggest danger, is you are starting to open up some sort of early knight c4, e5 trickery against your opponent. A black, is there a big downside to developing normally? Knight f6, yeah, e5 you get hit with immediately, which you do want to try and avoid, because that leaves you with these double isolated pawns. Now, double pawns aren't always the worst. In this case, obviously, it's very intentional for white to go for it. So there are some downsides as far as the breakthroughs that you're able to get, or just having to be overall careful of extending because of the weaknesses they create. But still a little bit more reasonable. As soon as you get double isolated pawns, they're just targets forever. For the rest of the game, they will be targets. Very, very few exceptions to that. So you do want to avoid e5. It makes it feel as if I would be strongly thinking about e5 now. And now this could be the reason for knight a3, is if black plays e5 to try and avoid getting hit with e5, Well, we didn't waste time. We did not waste time playing d3. So now we can jump to c3, d4. Saved ourselves a tempo, and we're ready to go. We're ready to break through. So a suggestion in chat, which I actually kind of like, knight h6. It's a slightly ridiculous thing in a game to see knight a3, knight h6. Like, what happened to developing? It took vacation. Uh, but when you actually think about that possibility of, okay, white wants to develop, but also maybe wants to play d4, so we wait on that move, and black wants to develop, but needs to watch out for e5. Suddenly keeping these knights out of the way, not committing our pawns yet, has some pretty good logic here. Of course, now d3, castle, yeah, c3, I don't know, rook b8, the development continues, queen c2, let's solidify there, knight c4, maybe queen a4 was also an option. But it's just a normal, white has a slight advantage, but totally fine. Now, the one awkward thing with this knight on h6 is you do have to figure out, okay, how are we developing it? So, kind of crazy, but f5 will start to be pretty serious thing to consider for black. It makes sense. We put the knight here, we left the rook open. That could be a concern down the road. Knight h6, I feel like we have a game on our hands. Of course, we have a game on our hands either way. But I think otherwise, I'm liking this knight a3 move, and I think this is one of those cases. It's good. Dude in here is taking the time, slowing it down, because a very easy developing move, and suddenly I think you're struggling after e5. And you say, oh, well, I don't want to run into e5 myself. I play e5. Very easy to do, very easy to fall into, and now you're being hit with a quick c3, d4. So it seems like a very simple opening, developing moment, but no, this is where the rest of the game, I think, is going to be, like, the direction is going to be decided. And yeah, absolutely after knight h6, some other considerations, but I am feeling like it is there's a big difference, and I'm really liking knight h6 there. Now let's go back and check on board 2, because there has been some developments since we last looked at it. And the biggest development is Donchenko is up 30 minutes. So here, let's go back. They were following what had been commonly played before. This has still been played pretty normally, 15 games. So it could just be... Okay, there's a couple of things that could be going on. Andy could be trying to remember his preparation. He's been playing the most commonly played moves. He's been following the line. He's kept, at point one, a slight advantage, so he hasn't made any serious mistakes. So why would he hesitate now? If he had played these moves up to this point, then he should have had at least somewhat of an idea what's going on. But the move we have on the board, queen takes c6, is a big decision moment, because you can take, and I think you're playing rook c7, take, rook takes e7. Okay, hold on. I see the eval bar, and it makes me realize very quickly, bishop d6. So we have to sack the exchange here, because rook c7 is a must. You can't just allow bishop takes a4. So yeah, we take, knight takes, bishop takes a5. We get away with it. Rook a8, pause. There's got to be something here for black. I'm trying to not look at the computer moves. Try and think for myself, at least somewhat. It's good for you, I hear. But if white gets just a few moves, this looks very good. This looks very good. Rook a8 would be kind of my instinct thought. But after rook a8, what clear follow-up do we have? Rook a8, b4, and then bishop takes d5's on its way. If we try and protect it, knight b6 we get hit with. So black needs something more dramatic. Rook b3 would stop the b4 pawn push, but run into bishop takes d5. Like, it just feels like you're running low on time. Rook b5 would protect d5, but bishop f1 on its way. Can see the eval bar agrees with it. If I play knight e5 to prevent bishop f1, it's still an issue because knight c3. Knight c3 is another option. So we have to do something very dramatic then. So we go rook a8. I mean, there's nothing else. If knight c3 is happening, we have to go rook a8 and sacrifice the exchange back. Knight c3. Wow. This is really okay for black. I guess because a4 bishop e5 is quite nice. And otherwise you can't protect. I mean, knight b1 I don't believe in. It bugs me. I see the eval bar staying. It bugs me that knight b1 might actually be the move. But, I mean, knight b6, knight c4, like, you're just going to keep the pressure and your pieces are passive. So, this has to be, though, what Woodward is thinking about, right? Because this is very forcing. Queen c7. Let me just check. Was there something missed? There was. Oh, and it's annoying. I was thinking bishop d6, but I did check the computer now, and I see bishop d8. We keep the a5 pawn protected. Take. And instead of taking a5, we take d5, but this is, of course, is a better solution. Instead of having to worry about protecting d5, and white having the option of b4, which really solidified the position, bishop f6 keeps that pressure, and black has, well, I guess it's just equal materially and positionally. Still a position that both sides could play and could lead to a decisive result, but equality. Bishop d8. Now, the one thing about this and how quickly Donchenko is playing is I strongly believe he knows this already. Like, I think he can find all that. He can find bishop d8, understand the difference between bishop d6, but he's playing this immediately. And if you're going to play this, if you're going to study this, if you're going to memorize it, of course you know queen takes c6, the move that just takes a pawn. So Woodward, I would not play it. I don't think so. If my opponent's prepared, it's forcing, I would calculate it. I'd still think about it. But as soon as I start to see something like rook c7 and bishop d8 and I have to sack the exchange, and it seems like black's okay with some complexity, then I don't want to go down that route. I don't want to play against Stockfish. Personal take, I would rather play against, even though he's a strong player, I'd rather play against Alexander Donchenko than Stockfish any day. Now, that kind of leaves you with just simple developing moves, which that's a bit of a struggle too. Maybe you consider something like knight c5, and you look for b4. Yeah, you slowly improve. This I actually don't dislike. You have to consider some sort of h4. Maybe it's worth playing h4 yourself, but black will likely be looking for pressure here anyways with knight g4, with bishop d6, queen obviously pointed in that direction, the bishop pointed in that direction. That's where black should be focusing. White's taking control of this side with knight c5. And, okay, this, just to quickly point out, isn't a concern. We win our pawn back. So that's with the plan. I would be looking for some sort of knight c5, b4, avoiding queen takes c6. Okay, let's quickly decide if we want to play h3 or h4 first. But outside of that, it's still very playable. This feels like a success for Donchenko. I mean, having the extra time and a relatively decent position with the black pieces is fantastic. He wins the opening battle, but there's still a game to be played. And the winning of the opening battle with the black pieces doesn't mean that you're winning. It just means you came out with equality and some extra time. Balanced, still a game. Let's go to board 5, actually, where it looks like Antipov may already have, at least according to evaluation, some advantage, but are we convinced? So what happened here? Knight f3, c5, a slightly symmetrical position. D5, computer likes trying to take advantage of the fact that that rook is pinned. Okay, doesn't seem like the biggest deal, but of course a consideration. Trades happened and knight e6 was included. These are always tricky moments when you know you need to take back, but obviously you can consider creating some sort of threats. Okay, knight f5 is not strong enough. Black just plays bishop takes c3. He's hitting the rook. He's hitting the rook. Knight e6, only real consideration here because you're hitting the queen, but is it that much of an advantage to have doubled the pawns in this case? I don't know. You give black a good pawn majority where now you could really think about either some sort of storm down the road or even just calmly saying, I have control of the d5, let me finish my development, and then see what happens. I'm a sucker for anytime I trade this, trying to take control of the light squares with my queen. So let's say queen d7, queen c6, and you can keep it solid, play knight f6. Do we want to play knight f6? One hesitancy is allowing d4, because we do lose control of that, but no, I mean, you walk into a pin, so that's a bit too much. No d4. But no real good square for this knight unless it goes g4. And if we're going g4, then it feels like the right plan is h5, h4. Okay, which makes me kind of reevaluate all this. Queen d7 I still like. But is there a world where we play h5, h4 first and we go for the attack? Our opponent has lost their fianchettoed bishop. That is a great defender. And now it feels like time to attack. Now it feels like time to attack. h5. h4. Not my pieces. Let's check it at least. g5, h4. No, this is too much because of rook h1. So we can't go for this yet. But maybe we can prepare the g5 idea with actually playing knight h6, knight f5, knight f5. Now we already saw or was looking at a knight h6 idea in the other one of the other games. So why not here? Let's keep our bishop open. Put the knight on f5. Look for g5, h4. This looks kind of fun. I don't know if it's as dangerous as I'd want it to be in a classical game, but I mean, I'd play this every day. Give me 3 minutes, give me 1 minute. I will run this H pawn so quickly you won't even be able to see it. These positions just free attack and our opponent having to defend. It's only a question of how dangerous the attack is, which I'm not 100% convinced about because at some point it feels like white should be getting their own play, probably in the center. Trying to get e3, d4. That's not the easiest, though. I mean, now I feel like we're seeing the downside of white having played knight e6. You actually open this file. One suggestion in chat, castling queenside actually could be a very serious thing. Let's continue our attack, leave it over on the other side. We have this open d file we're going to use to create a little bit of pressure just to keep white mindful of, as well as use to keep white from breaking out. If this pawn is on d7, e3, d4, much easier. With that pawn on e6, though, that becomes more difficult with the extra pressure, the queen or the rook if necessary. Yeah, for all those on, I assume on Danya's Twitch channel who are asking where he is, Danya has graciously allowed the commentary, even though it's me, my face, not his, to be on his channel and stream it for this event, this fantastic US Masters with 47 Grandmasters, one of, if not the strongest Open ever to be held in the US. But he will be back tonight streaming commentary for the later rounds this way because he's doing other events. I actually believe he's close to, or at least a little bit later, going to be giving a lecture here at the event for people to go see and go learn from. So this way he gets to do some of those other things, but also get a bit of relief since he works incredibly hard doing, I mean, it's impressive. I know he's also doing some commentary for the World Championship at some point, so uh, he definitely needs some relief every now and then with everything he's doing. H5 has been played. H5's been played. Antipov, I like this. I like this quite a bit. We saw Mitra, his game against Theodoro, who's been doing very well, but there was a battle like this where Mitra was actually in the opposite side. He had castled queenside and was trying to get that pressure on the king side. Now, what didn't go well for him there, and he may be having flashbacks to that game right now, was his opponent actually took a bit of control. Even though his king was there and Mitra was going for the pawn breaks, his queen was active. And so Theodoro was able to fend off the attack and kind of reverse it. But here it's not the case. Black's queen is the one that's active, the bishop active, knight ready to jump in. So getting to push this pawn because of that early activity, you're not going to get the same type of counterplay that you could get otherwise. So looking very good. I like these chances for Antipov. I think this is a fantastic position and going to be very easy to play. Now, does that mean it's over? Absolutely not. This is going to be a fight still, but h5, h4, the plan kind of makes itself, and the chances should come with it. Now, let's go back to Fabi's game. Board 1. We haven't tuned into this in a while. It was a bit of a slow development out of the opening. Okay, things were happening quickly, faster than any other game, but Fabi kind of calmed it down, and this left a lot of things to consider for both sides. So Theodoro especially has been really in the tank trying to figure out this position. Now, this last move, b6, is very interesting. Normally, I would think you want to wait for b6 until rook b1 is played, right? We're going to wait for the threat. Why waste the time? Let's develop our pieces otherwise. So the purpose of playing b6 could be signaling knight a5. I do see a world where knight a5, c5, you fight for the center, and then you look to play on the light squares. This bishop trying to hit a4, trying to hit b3. Could be reality. Of course, the one concern being this diagonal. But that's a very simple fix. You move this rook d8 or even e8 in some cases. And somehow, I'm not sure what Fabi's doing through all this. I feel, at least currently, that Theodoro's ideas are a bit clearer. I mean, we just move the pieces, and the threats almost create themselves. Queen e8 could be a crazy inclusion. Bishop e6, go this way. c5, c4, e4 at the right time. Which makes me think Fabi should almost change the structure and go for e4, because d4 is his one breakthrough, right? d4 is the big move you're going to be looking at. But a lot of cases, d4 runs into e4, which might still be playable, but not my favorite. I would rather have this position, e4. Let's waste the move for black, d4 take, something like this. This feels a lot more dominant in the center. Even if he avoids taking, at least we can be considering some sort of d5, or we put some support behind d4 and look for c4, c5. Okay, that one would be a lot trickier. but at least we're gaining some space. We're creating some problems for black to deal with. I feel like that's the big consideration. Fabi, I think he should take a lot of time here. I mean, obviously, if it clicks and he finds a plan, uh, great, but you have to commit, and you have to commit the pawn structure and where you're going to break through. If he plays it slowly, knight a5, bishop b2, c5, rook d1. I mean, black just is okay. Rook d1. Now this queen e8 idea I mentioned actually is really annoying. So let's say e4 now. We took it a little bit slower. Rook d8. And okay, no, we do want to discourage d4. So let's say rook c8. Now d4 is just such a problem to happen, and we can kind of finish there. D4 is such a problem. I mean, you put that rook on c8, it's being guarded twice. If you move the queen off of the c file, this knight is looking to jump in. Again, queen e8 exists, bishop e6, bishop b5, put pressure on the light squares. I don't think this is a position Fabi just develops and then waits for the right chance to break through. I think he really needs to make something happen. I lean towards e4, d4. He also, of course, is going to be considering d4, but I prefer black. I think black's play is easier, and I think Fabi here has more to be careful of. Really, that second one, because black really does have some kind of weird ideas on the light squares that could surprise you and actually be quite strong. Where it feels like for Fabi here, the one trick you're really looking, or okay, two tricks, maybe something along this diagonal with the rook, but it's easy, just move the rook away and you don't worry about that. Or something along this diagonal with knight g5, but again, it's pretty easy to stop that if you ever have concerns with h6, despite the fact that a lot of times when this diagonal opens up, you're going to be hit with e4 shutting those ideas down. So because of the potential for tricks and the fact that, to me, Theodoro has more chance for those tricks, I would prefer black. White's just having to dodge tactics, not my favorite. Let's see. Fabi did play e4. Okay, so this has been played on the board, looking for that d4 breakthrough. The one time that I've had a structure very similar to this was actually playing with the black pieces. I got this c6, d3, e4, specifically against e5 and then the c pawn, so my opponent didn't have a d pawn. And in that case, I was a bit slow, and so I did feel the fact that, hey, if I just develop, he will be able to shut down my d4 ideas. In that case, I went a bit crazy. I was playing against international master Luke Harmon Velati at the U.S. Junior Championship in 2014. I felt like I really needed to play for a win. Since the opportunities to try and break through, I felt like were limited, I went quite crazy and played g5, h5, went for the attack. Technically unsound, but it worked. In this case, I think Fabi has time to play d4, so I'm preferring black's position, but I do like e4, and I think Fabi is going to get chances down the line as he starts to open it up. In particular, okay, before we move on, let's just touch quickly on if he goes for d4 right away. Are we looking to take? Are we looking to push? Definitely looking to take. If we get the opportunity right now, say c5, take, f4. This I'm actually surprised. The eval bar says still gives black a slight advantage, but with the possibilities of e5 and f5 and f6 and checkmates down the road, just skipped a few moves maybe. This looks great. Like, this looks fantastic. I would love to get this if I had the white pieces. So that is the direction I think you take it. I think if you're Fabi, you look for a quick d4, you look for taking on e5 and f4, opening up the bishops. And I think that's your best chance at really creating some good play here. Yeah, I would, in chat, relatable. I would totally misevaluate this without the eval bar. I do agree in this particular case after c5. This position, as I said, I do still, with that possibility, probably lean towards just a slight preference to black for all the reasons I talked about previously. But this position, I think it's insane. I think saying black is slightly better here just seems wild to me. I mean, there's no immediate tactics. I can tell you the computer move is literally queen e8, which again just feels wild. f5, which I actually have seen this idea. I'm forgetting which player played it, but there was a game with pretty much the same pawn structure. f5, bishop f4, e5 was played there, and very strong resource. I mean, I guess it is particular tactics. Queen e8, bishop a4, and you're counting on knight b3. f6 is legal. Hold on. Yeah, you take white here every day. You take white every day, all day, even tomorrow. I mean, you can't take the rook. We're we'll follow down this line just for the heck of it to show you show everyone what the computer is thinking. But queen e5, not easy to play, brazenly just allowing f takes g7. And even this case, yes, white has a broken pawn structure, but if the rooks get active in any way, shape, or form, which likely is going to happen, queen moves, rook f5, obviously you're going to have long-term concerns with your king. I'm going to have concerns with my pawn. You're going to have concerns with your king. Guess which one I'd rather be worrying about. I'll worry about a pawn every day over my king. So yeah, no takes. I should also show this line. F takes g7. The rook is trapped, so the only way to not lose the rook again, where you just have weaknesses on the king side, is going to be taking. But now queen f6 and bishop h6, and it's just over. The only way to stop queen g7 is queen e5. Queen takes e5, and then I'm up a queen. I still have mating threats. We can call it a day. Yeah, so shouldn't allow e5, and liking those ideas enough. F6 may be a worthy consideration just to defend against all that. Just keep kind of a solid structure in the center. Likely turn this game down the road into more of a maneuvering game. But and even before d4, Theodoro has played f6, so he is agreeing that with that direction for whites, that white should have been looking for d takes e5. He wants no part of it. He's immediately shutting it down before it's even a concern and leaving the knight here. I do agree with this. I really like this concept. This means Theodoro knows he wants f6. He knows Fabi's looking for d4. He knows he's looking for d takes e5. So let's start with f6. Let's start with what we would consider the priority move. And then we can think, hey, do we want to move this knight? Or maybe after d4, we want to develop our rook instead. It gives you greater options. Now, the one downside to this, knight h4. Knight h4. You can take this in a different direction where you actually give up d4 and you look to play kind of on these squares. Maybe still f4 exists, but knight f5? Knight f5, straight up, does he have to take? Let's say he moves the rook. He definitely doesn't want to let me take this bishop. How do we feel about this structure, though? I would be... I mean, this looks great. My little bit of hesitation is the pawn structure. Isolated pawn here, double pawns here. This pawn sitting on a semi-open file being a target, but light squares are light squares. Bishop will help us dominate it. The light squares being open feels very positive. If you avoid the trade, let's say you move here, I'm going to take this bishop, and now I still have d4. I can even consider in the long run playing a4, bishop b4, and breaking through with a5. Knight h4 could be a possibility. Of course, you have time. You don't have to just sit here and allow it. You can avoid having to take the knight on f5 or allow knight takes d6. But this is again, this feels like the one downside to f6. Now, you may be wondering, well, couldn't this have been played anyways? This does change a bit. Knight h4, of course, can still be played. But with a pawn on f6, it feels a bit more cemented. In this case, black can contend against it, say play something like queen f6. Okay, I guess f4. Yeah, f4. Maybe not queen f6 right away. Knight h4 may still have been a consideration. I like it better with f6 because the knight feels more snug, right? There's no queen f6. It's a bit harder to leave this bishop open and put pressure. But okay, never mind. Fabi did play d4, so he is still liking this plan of breaking through, even though f6 has been played. An immediate queen f7. An immediate queen f7. This to me feels like Theodoro doesn't like knight a5 for some reason. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe he still plays knight a5 after d5. But queen f7, I would have thought opens up knight e7. That seems wrong. I don't know why you would want to play knight e7. That knight's not going anywhere. What's the point of queen f7? Queen c4? No, queen c4 runs into knight d2. You can't play bishop e6. I actually am a bit confused on this move. Not that it's terrible. Like, I don't think it's terrible. I would have preferred knight a5. Like, I see the possibilities there. Rook d8. I feel like I see more possibilities there. Is there any, like, say we play rook d8. Is there any concern? I mean, yes, maybe he was worried down the road about knight h4. I guess if you play knight a5, you do have to think about knight h4 still. And he just wanted to preemptively avoid any possibilities like this. Okay. Someone is requesting the Nizhnik game, so we can go there next. We spent a lot of time on this. It's kind of fun because it keeps all the analysis on the side, so you can just see the absolute quantity of moves being looked at. But this position is very interesting. I wish I could just have a simple explanation. Like, it's not the craziest move, and sometimes you just play these moves because you think, hey, the queen has better possibilities there. Like, it could be as simple as that. So you can't always read too much into these moves. It's a little bit strange to me. I think because queen e8 felt like a real idea. Like, after you play knight a5, queen e8 in a lot of variations actually is quite nice to really dominate these light squares. Just tactical too. Bishop a4, jumping in knight b3. So that's why I don't love this move. Is less to do that queen f7 is bad. I see. Yes, we're talking about the light squares time and time again. Put the queen there, it feels like it has potential. But with f6, f6 felt like a good priority move. We likely want to play it anyway, so let's start with it. I feel the same about knight a5. I don't see where else that knight would be going. I'm not too worried about d takes e5, although maybe that could be a concern too, is he wants to leave it, because knight takes e5, in fairness, is a pretty reasonable capture, trying to keep some openness here. So there could be some ideas of just leaving that knight for now on e5, putting pressure on d4, but still, I stand by it, knight a5. I feel like a lot of our attacking potential is going to come as we open up those squares, we open up the bishop, and we get ready to jump in here. So queen f7, I don't think it's that deep. I think it's just a simple move that Theodoro feels like the queen is better, but a little bit surprising. Let's go to the Nizhnik game. Let's go up. a some thoughts there. And you guys can take a look at our beautiful playing hall. Um, Nizhnik's up an hour. What the heck? Okay, 15 minutes. Oh, I was just looking at the position. I wasn't even like sort of considering the time. Okay, this type of setup, I actually just played this earlier this month against none other than Dina. This setup for whites, in that case, she played bishop e7. Bishop d6 is probably a slight improvement over that, but I was quite happy. Okay, this is very different than anything I got. But I do like these c4 structures. You just get that little bit of pressure on the center with obviously your pieces really helping control any strong expansion. And queen b3. This is the move where a ton of time was spent considering queen takes b3. Now, from my experience, I've played Nizhnik, probably 5 times. He is a player that, from those games, does seem to enjoy just the slight advantages. Like having a position he can just put pressure, he can grind you down. Definitely sharp, able to play tactically. He is a GM and a strong GM at that. But he's definitely very happy with this, or I would expect him to be very happy with this. Not anything exceptional. Is this exceptional? Like, we're just developing. Where's our breakthrough? We're looking for d5. Actually, knight e5. Bishop d7, knight e5. Okay. So we do have moves. Rook fd1 was played. b6. b6, already a mistake. Because now, wait, no. Knight e5, knight takes, knight b5. Don't run into knight takes e2. I'm missing knight e5, knight takes. It feels like there should be a tactic. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's sneaky. b6. b6. It opens up the diagonal. Knight e5, knight takes d4, rook takes d4. And knight e5 has been played. Wait, knight e5, ignore the miss, and knight takes d4. What? What is happening? Rook takes bishop f3. The rook is trapped. Rook b8, knight c6, forked. The only compensation that you get, or the thing that slightly keeps you in this game, is the fact you have rook d3, take, and you're not losing a piece, but rook d1, wait, how are you not losing a piece? This looks like an issue. Okay, wait, I have back rank problems too. So h5. That bishop looks super trapped, though, if I just play h3. That bishop has no squares. And black gets compensation through the 2 extra pawns? And this is all being played. Knight, rook takes d4, brilliant. Bishop f3, knight c6. Wow, Nizhnik just absolutely locked in right now, with a huge time advantage and a great position. That's crazy. I mean, I was starting to get there with knight e5 as the idea, but b6 is what allows it because of bishop f3. That is not the reason. I'm looking at knight b5. I'm looking at bishop f3 instead of taking. I'm looking at even knight c6. That was a bad moment. Knight c6 was the worst one. But this, quite a crazy variation. Now, Nizhnik, I think he should slow down now. He has a good position. He has some other considerations, because rook d1 is nice. But I will also say, like, h3 first could be tempting, trying to play rook takes a7 and rook c7. I think it is a good moment to just slow down, think through your thoughts, make sure you find the most accurate way to really create problems. I just realized there's also kind of a fun idea here. King f8 isn't possible because rook d8, king e7, knight c6 is checkmate. That's that's quite unfortunate. Just your own knight. You wish you could take it, but you can't come out this way. Now the idea of this, of course, is to try and kick the rook so you have back rank issues, but knight c6 kind of saves the day. Let me just take a quick look. Yeah, a recommendation right before it exploded. So if you can't play king f8, definitely you're playing h5, and yeah, this line should be likely. Bishop trapped. Bishop trapped on c8. Okay, let's do a quick peek computer straight up, because I'm surprised that it doesn't give this a greater advantage. Wait, did the tactics not stop? e5, rook takes, rook c1, king h. The tactics. No, the tactics don't stop. The white bishop gets trapped. This is forced, right? Because, yeah, e5, so e5 opens up a place for your bishop, so you have to take now. Sorry, rook c1, play a move for black. But your bishop on e2 gets trapped. Wait a second. Yeah, so I'm standing by the fact that you should really take your time. Nishnik has 50 minutes up on the clock. There's some stuff to calculate, so... What? Oh my... Saw the computer move, but it didn't click why it worked for a second. c5. Trying to create space for your bishop. If you take the bishop, c takes b6. Rook takes c8. B takes a7. And you cannot stop this pawn from promoting. Okay, so we continue. Of course, rook e1's the move. We got to take away e2, and we can't run into that discovery. Now bishop takes h5, knight takes, and white is much better. c6, rook c1. Okay, I mean much better. I actually think you have very good winning chances here. Your plan's quite simple. Solidify this pawn and try and promote it. b4, b5, I like quite a bit. Let's just... unless... Wait, how to... Okay, black defends against just the straight up knight a6 by bringing the knight around. So we can't go for this. Yeah, so let's play b4, b5 first. And then black has to be continually worried about that pawn running. But what a wild variation. What an absolutely wild line. I was just like, oh yeah, bishop trapped, white moves on. The eval bar for some reason. The eval bar for some reason is only 0.8. Now it's gone up now that it's had more time to think about it. But e5, that's just insanity. And then responding to it with c5. This is, I mean, if you're calculating all this, that's probably, like, you could spend 20, 30 minutes. Maybe Nizhnik is absolutely locked in and he's going to play this faster, but this is one line. This is a crazy line. You have to, king f8 is impossible. H5 is actually very important. I don't know if g5 changes things at all. What would this change? King g7, h3. I mean, you lose g4. Okay, yeah, this changes it a lot. You miss out on all the crazy complications if you don't play h5. So there's some other considerations. You could miss h5 and taking the square. You could miss e5, e4. You could miss c5. Like, there's so much you could really calculate here that if you're in this position, you have an hour and 20 minutes on your clock. You spend a lot of time. You think through these lines. You think through h3. You think through rook d1. You think through all of it, because it's not that easy. It really looked easy, and in fairness, black still has to be very accurate in how he plays, but wild. This is what I love about endgames. As I glance through any other games that may be going on, well, we might have a huge update. Wait, that has to be a DGT error, right? Take a look. Someone mentioned Canty's game, and this has to be a DGT error, right? Yeah. Okay. That it's like, how did he end up a rook? He was looking at this position after even looked at knight takes c4, but as I was saying, endgames, they aren't so easy. There can be a lot of complications, as we're going to also see in this game. But in that Nishnik game, of course, you see how complicated endgames can be. Okay, it's being corrected now. Canty did not just win a rook. His opponent did not play rook e8, not taking the queen right away. That would, maybe if it was bullet, maybe if it was a mouse slip, yeah, OTB mouse slip. But in this case, no. Yeah, of course he takes the queen. That's it's very difficult to mouse slip when you're playing over the board. Some have done it. I've done something kind of like that when I legitimately just grabbed the wrong piece. Thankfully, not in a classical game, but a blitz game. Okay, there was some stuff on the line, so I was still upset about it. But somehow, when I went to take a piece, I blanked. Instead of grabbing the bishop, I grabbed the king. So you can do even some really weird slips over the board, but not taking a queen, OTB, classical, not going to happen. This position, okay, so Canty has the activity. That's a huge win. Rook on e7, of course, famously is very strong. Knight jumping into the fray, but two bishops are two bishops, and they're pretty darn well placed. Which does worry me. Okay, we have a specific threat that we have to defend against. Rook b8 is not possible. So a5. How are the tactics playing out? Knight b6. I would say rook a6. Am I calculating this? No, b3. I was thinking rook a6, knight takes c4, rook c6, but b3. I don't hate that. That's not the end of the road, because bishop f6 somewhere. Although bishop f6 somewhere, maybe we just play rook d8. Yeah, knight takes bishop f6. Apparently there was something even... Oh, there's rook d4. Hello. Huh. Okay, so not knight b6. The moral of the story is not knight b6. Rook c7. Rook c7, attack the pawn this way, open up knight e7. Also makes sense. This also avoids any sort of bishop f6 issues. The downside to this, though, is what do you do? Bishop e6, knight b6 now. We are no, we're not protecting c4. He's defending it. So rook d4 is still an issue. We can't take. Rook d4 is still an issue. If we can't take, that gives time for black to play c3. Worst case scenario. And those bishops are looking mighty scary. Knight e7. I mean, we could go knight e3. Does that change much? Knight e3. c3 right away. Yeah, it makes it easier for black, so probably not that. It's awkward. Okay, maybe it's the wrong direction. He did b3. Okay, so this happens. We are on a delay. Canty's camera may have spoiler alerts though. So b3, this was played. This is better than anything I found. I found losing moves, so we'll take this. What's the plan? If c3, if we shut this down. This is what I wanted to play anyways. Somehow white's better here. It's tricky. White has bishop c7. Bishop c7 runs. Oh no, wait. Oh, black played b3. Oh, sorry. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought a5, b3. But black played b3. This is very different. This, I mean, I'm happy about this. I didn't like, I was struggling a little bit on that position after a5 on Mostly what to do with this knight. The bishops just feel so strong. Trying to find a good place for that knight on d5, especially since knight b6 kept losing repeatedly. At least the way I played it was a challenge. So b3, of course, let's take. Right, we have to start. Take. What's the idea? Excuse me. Rook c8 runs into. Maybe that's not the end of the world though for black. Yeah, because this extra pawn isn't the best. They're doubled, and now the bishops are just such an open position. So it could be as simple as that, is playing rook c8, although bishop e6 is also legal. Knight c7. Normally the concern, now you get pinned. That's the benefit. That's a big part of the benefit of playing b3. Yeah, bishop e6. I actually kind of like that for black. I think black does want to keep, even though that endgame I think is fine. I think black does want to keep the rook on the board because the rook assisted by the two bishops in such an open position, I think is quite strong. So what other possibilities? If we don't like that open c file, we can shut it down by playing c3. And b2 c3, this actually does help in restricting this bishop. The bishop, or bishops in general, will hit a bit of a wall when they're faced with pawns like this, because for this bishop to get to the pawn in any set of circumstances, the backward pawn, I mean, it has to go through h6, right? Which is just never happening in this case. And even if it was totally free to be able to do that, that's still 3 moves to get around such a pawn blockade. I like this better. I haven't looked at any moves, but the annoyance of the c file, the annoyance of bishop e6, just putting it on c3. I think as a next potential idea, you want to go for the trade. Okay, maybe not through bishop f6, but knight f6 for annoyance, just trying to get one of the bishops off the board. Rook b7 also starts to open up. Rook b7 with knight e7 ideas, as well as capturing. So let's say he plays rook d8. There's a lot of thoughts, yeah. So there was a lot of draws yesterday. There have been a couple of games drawn already. Not too many standout. I mean, you look at a lot of the evaluation bars in these games, some very tough fights, which does make sense. I mean, a lot of these boards, there's a rating difference of 100 points. So very, very close in rating, and a couple of strong players. We do have a big update though. Let's actually jump to this. After B3, I think Canty has much better opportunity than in the other position. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one. But board 2, let's go see. The handshake has happened, which surprised me. I thought we had time before we went back to this game, but whoa. Okay, I saw a bunch of red in the notation, and I thought, wow, that's kind of crazy. So Woodward went for b4. He clarified things pretty quickly. Oh, the DGT arrows go crazy on this one. Okay, so this wasn't played. For the record, it was rook takes b4, queen takes c6, straight up. So all these moves in between doesn't matter. Same position, rook takes b4, queen takes c6. Ignore the reds, ignore the misses. DGT took a look and said, oh, okay, there, it's being fixed. Perfect. It still had the red arrows. Yeah, so Woodward first plays b4. What was the difference here, though? Why play b4 first? Okay, because it opens up the defense of the knight, right? That was the issue. If you take right away, queen takes c6. The big annoyance is bishop d7 and the threat against this knight being unprotected. So you played b4 first. That opened up not just this defense, because you need two, right? Because you also opened up an attacker, but you opened up this defense, rook a6. And very quickly, they agreed to a draw. Okay, at this point, after d4, rook takes d4 could have been played, rook a8. Like, if you want to draw, you're going to get it here. Symmetrical pawns, or at least pawns on the same files, same pieces. Pretty understandable result. And kind of what I expected. I'm surprised it happened this quickly, but I was talking about this earlier in this game. I did feel like, hey, you're a half point behind the leaders. You want to play more solid. I did expect both players to play more solidly. Now, usually in that case, if you're going to have a more solid game, the person who is kind of under pressure to really put up the fight is going to be whoever has the white pieces. White has that slight advantage. However, in this case, it seems like Donchenko just out-prepared. So Donchenko, with some preparation, was able to get a time advantage. And Woodward kind of hitting that, realizing he had been out-prepared, I think just happy to equalize things, keep that solidity, keep him up there with the leaders in striking distance. And this could set up either one of these players to be playing Fabi or Theodoro now. With that draw there on 5 out of 6, a very, very excellent result. Let's go to board 3 since we're up here at the top, and then let's go check out Fabi's game again. Gave him a draw offer he couldn't refuse. Absolutely. So here we have board 3 between Oparin and Duden. Last time we checked, it was still pretty early in the opening with knight a3. Okay, we were talking about knight h6. Wasn't played. What the heck? Oparin, this seems like some nasty home cooking. Rook b8, queen e2, queen d3. Fabi is currently on 5 out of 5, locked in a battle against Nicholas Theodoro, who is also 5 out of 5. Yeah, I mean, this was played, it looks like, quickly. Although I'm not quite seeing the time spending, so I'm not sure. But I mean, this type of maneuver with the queen, I strongly expect this to be opening preparation against d5. Yeah, that's... I mean, now it's making sense why you'd avoid d3. It feels like knight a3, Oparin just had a lot of little tricks. You play it this way, this is what I'm going for. You play it this way, this is what I'm going for. And in this case with rook b8 first, instead of e5, we were looking at e5, which is kind of a fun thing in itself to look at. If you play d3 now of course e5. And we could still go for the same c3, but obviously this is an improvement for black to have not played e5 right away, where you get d4 right away. After queen e2, you kind of think, hey, I feel like I won the battle. Since c3, d4 isn't as effective, the queen is off of d1, but he comes up with this nasty idea, queen d3, knight c4, and it's annoying. It's so annoying to guard against the threat on d6. It's sometimes something that is super frustrating in chess is when your opponent, you see their threat, you know it ahead of time, and it's just so difficult to defend. But I mean, the knight's not ready to jump in. It can't jump in from f6. It can't jump in from e7. The dark squared bishop could defend it, but do you really want to put it back on f8? You haven't castled yet, so there's no rook d8. This rook's already been moved to b7, so you could play something like bishop e6. Looks like there's some even nastier ideas. Okay, at this point, since we know it's home cooking, let's take a look at what the computer's saying. Knight g5 first. Try and dislodge the bishop, or they could have gotten what I consider to be the craziest pawn structure I've seen 10 moves or 12 moves into a game. I like, what is this? What is going on? It makes me almost sad that they didn't get this. Bishop e6 could have been another consideration, but just annoying. Just annoying to guard d6. So he goes knight e7, commits to d5, but obviously this comes with the consequence of giving up the e5 pawn, and now they may be back into a doubled pawn situation, but the pawns have just shifted. These pawns were doubled on the c file, and now both of them may be reunited over on the d file. What a wild game. Oparin taking some time here. No, he just wasn't at the board. I was going to say, this feels like a very strange moment to take a lot of time. He should play knight takes d4 quickly. Yeah, take. What's wrong? What's wrong with bishop takes e5? I mean, we just capture and we're good in the endgame, right? Queen takes e5. Yeah. Worst case scenario, we just take on e5. Pretty easy advantage where black has weak pawns that we can even take one of them right away. C takes d4 now. Most natural move, bishop f4. We create a knight takes g6 threat. Black has to avoid it. Queen b6 or queen a5. No, queen a5. Queen a5 is so bad. Let's not play queen a5. Queen b6. And barring any tricks, actually this isn't so easy. I was feeling like you play knight d3 and you have a comfortable advantage. But I don't think it's as simple as this, because black does have a plan, right? You're actually going to look to just possibly trade for that knight and take on b2. So a moment that's probably worth spending extra time. Now, it is worth noting, taking is questionable. It's questionable if it's actually a threat. Queen takes b2. Because knight c6 does get opened up. Knight c6, bishop d6, chasing after the rooks. This has been played, by the way. Queen b6 on the board. Yeah, not too surprising. Bishop f4, queen b6 are not tricky moves to play at all. But this position, it feels a bit trickier. Pressure on b2. Not the most serious. Bishop a6, the other idea that might be on its way. But also, you have to be careful there. Bishop a6, queen f3. So you could just play something simple like b3 and kind of ask black, okay, where are you going to develop? In this case, probably bishop f5. We need to keep an eye on knight d7. And I feel like black actually has some decent play here. I mean, it's not crazy, but it's just enough pressure with these open files. We have a suggestion for b4. b4, if you don't want him to take, also works, but what's the follow-up? b4. I can't take, but let's say I play the same, bishop f5. How's this different? How does this change? How are we going to use b4? He still can't take it. Maybe there's some ideas of a4, b5. But he's going to play rook c8. So we can solve all these problems. But I don't know if we want to play it. If we want to get rid of the pressure here, obviously we have g4. But I don't know how we feel about this move. g4. He can't go bishop e4 because of f3. So he goes bishop e6, and then we play a4, b5 if he plays a6 to stop us. What do we do now? What do we do now? Actually, knight d3 starts to become more of a serious consideration. Rook moves, knight c5, hitting here and here. Okay, computer doesn't like it. I guess maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't work. Queen takes b4, take. We open this up. No, it doesn't like any of my moves. It's just... Oh, because of bishop d6. Yeah. So knight c5 could be an idea. I don't know. We maybe want to throw in a5 first. Because in this position, black should play... a5. No, I don't see it. I mean, this looks really good. Oh, but I'm just, yeah. Anyways. I knew there was something up. Eval was not as confident as I was. And that is why d3. Okay, so we cannot go knight c5 right away. So instead of a5, instead of knight c5, let's just play rook b1 first. Then we're going knight c5. Or we even have b5 ideas. This is kind of coming together. I like this suggestion, b4. b4 looks nice. It looks a bit strange at first, because it's not as clear right away what the benefit of it. But I think where it really stands out is in the fact that black, like, he can't just immediately create problems for you in order to take it. It's not like he unlocks queen a6 and now taking is a huge issue. I mean, tactics, right? We take knight d7. So he can't do that. He can't, he can't move his queen to this diagonal. It's just really difficult to open up this threat. he could play rook b7, but this gives us time for rook b1. Actually, pause. Maybe we still play knight d3. I don't see the issue with rook b1. This move seems fine, but I think starting with knight d3 after all that makes a lot of sense. My biggest concern playing knight d3, of course, is black going after the trade, but with the rook on b7, we have knight c5 right away. So yeah, black struggles to avoid it, and we have knight d3 first. Okay, this doesn't take away b4, but potential change. Yeah, engine disproves a rook b1. What's actually wrong with it? We're gonna use the cheat code. What the? Really? G5. Give me a second. So we can't take because of f6. Okay, that we can see. But if I move bishop h2, counterplay f5. Yeah, I mean that's a shift. Okay, so this is kind of beside the point. There's more curiosity as to why or sorry, the computer didn't like this, but g5 f5. That's so maybe black does have some ideas here. Maybe he has some ideas. Now knight d3. Of course, as I mentioned before, the concern is going to be going for the trades. So in this case, bishop f5 on its way. Bishop a6 on its way. b4 might be out the window. Okay, it has been played. If we want to play b4, we need to distract the bishop. The only way to do so is queen f3. But this does okay, rook d8. Although now rook e7, it might be interesting. Rook e7. Opening up bishop c7 with discovery and threats. So yeah, queen f3, bishop e6, and still b4 is on the table. Doesn't like it. What's the difference? Rook goes, knight c5, and still d. Man, I'm going to lose this d3 every time. I'm going to lose the d3 every time. So we've lost it. b4 is gone. We gave up on it. I was really liking that suggestion, really liking those ideas, but I guess it's time to take it in a different direction. Not as clear to me. I mean, bishop e5, I would consider here, just to try and gain some space and then look for an attack on the king side at some point. I be a huge fan. It does feel like Oparin is the one that controls this game. I think he should have spent longer. I think he played knight d3 too quickly. Not that he lost the advantage, but I feel like there's a lot of little subtleties to consider, and he has so much time. I mean, he's up 50 minutes on the clock. Like, this is a good moment to start considering a5, b4, knight d3, queen f3 first, leaving the pawn. I think he rushed with this a little bit. Still advantage, still absolutely in the driver's seat, but yeah, I would definitely recommend in a position like this taking a little bit more time. So big update. I'm hearing big update on board 4. Ishik Khan is completely winning. Why? Wait. This is just over. Bishop g4. If you go queen d3, queen h1. Hello, hanging rook. And you can't play queen f1 because queen takes e4. Wait, what happened here? Was this a one-move blunder? Okay, let's go back early stages. This was a scotch with this rook h3 idea. I am not the biggest e4 player. I actually have studied this before. And h4 rook h3 has a lot of very interesting ideas, but at the same time, a lot of subtleties. So looks like there were some games that were played here before. c5, all followed. This has all been played before. Queen d1, bishop h6, and this is where it differed. The game before, rook f7 was played. In this case, rook d8. and just a one move blunder. And seemingly this move was played very quickly. Vasif, you can see him on the just the right side of the camera looking. His opponent's up confident. Wow. Completely spaced bishop g4. Vasif played a fantastic game. I didn't see his evening round, but in the morning round, he just played an absolutely brilliant game with the white pieces. One of my favorites of the round. He is such a strong player. Crazy to see something like queen f3 running into bishop g4 from someone so strong, but it happens. Now, okay, could there be something that he miscalculated outside of bishop g4? I'm looking at queen d3, which of course is simple. Knight f6 is a possibility, though. Take what's happening here. Because this does look dangerous. We can't play queen h1 because now our queen and checkmate is being threatened. So we simply guard against it. And rook f7's on the way. Well, queen h1, just winning the rook. Obviously, if we protect the rook, rook c1, rook f7, queen g5. Oh, and it's not about trapping the queen. I was originally thinking it was about trapping the queen. But no, the king's just so exposed. Okay, we can play bishop f1. But now queen e4. And best you can do is at least give up the exchange, okay? Other considerations, but yeah, I mean, black's king at this point is very safe. So maybe over-evaluating. I mean, maybe he missed bishop g4, but I have the feeling it's a combination of like missing the danger of bishop g4 as well as over-evaluating a move like knight f6. Yeah, and bishop g4 stops castling queenside, which is why in a lot of these lines it's a big problem. I think that's why rook d7 here is such an annoyance, because these threats are hard to stop. I mean, even stopping it with rook c1, this isn't the perfect solution. We would want our king over here on b1. We want to just transport it, do a sort of illegal castling, or maybe a 960 castling and put it over on that side from all the way across the board, but we can't do it. And so you just find yourself black calmly defending and your king sitting there wondering what in the world it did to get into such a situation. One other move. Okay, no, king d2. Again, rook f7, rook takes f2. That's just a problem. You can't deal with queen h1 and rook f7. Wow. Yeah, king d2. Actually, before I read this in the comment, I was on the same page wondering about this, but rook f7. We had the same thought, but it's just... And how else? I mean, you could play bishop f1 right away, but queen h1. Oh, duh. You can't move that. Queen takes f1. A worst case, I mean, queen h1 looks good too, but if you get rid of the pin, like worst case scenario, you can just take the bishop, and then you're up a piece. Wow, that's crazy. Big update. And it's just over. Just one move, and it's done. We'll be able to keep an eye on this, see if a handshake happens soon from Vasif there in the bottom right of the camera. He's currently thinking, trying to come up with anything he possibly can. But yeah, crazy. I mean, such a strong player. Big update on board 19. I'm hearing David Brodsky is winning. What happened here? What happened here? Okay, this looks like was a Slav with some surprise bishop b5 ideas. f3. What? I'm confused. I don't understand h6. H6, I mean, it feels like this is where the party's at. and you just went to the wrong address with h6. Like you show up, nobody's there, you're wondering what happened, and it's actually you. Like the whole time you just went to the wrong place. When the action is happening over here, I mean, the idea has to be to stop bishop g5, trying to keep that knight, but you you just have to sense that's in the wrong direction. You're about to be destroyed. Your things are about to happen, and you can't. I don't know. Just not the move to me. So e4, but maybe there was a miscalculation. So d takes e5, right? This maybe you thought e4 couldn't happen yet. So what was missed? What's going on? Take. Let's start here simply. You don't want to play knight takes. Okay, why are you getting away with it? This feels wrong. But how do we destroy? Bishop b5, queen a4. Queen a4. Okay, I think I'm actually about to get mated if I'm not careful. I wanted to play d5 here. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, kids. Don't look. Look away. Okay, so we don't have d5. That's what I wanted, but it's still apparently very good because okay, this is the other benefit to not playing bishop b5. Bishop b5, the knight is tied down to defending. It's not tied down to defending here. So knight d5 works. I guess it also helps because bishop b5, it wouldn't really be hanging after knight d5. Queen takes knight c7, but we're guarding a5. So now queen a5 check. We just trade and we win the rook. So queen goes back, knight takes c6. He can't take because the knight b4. Queen goes back, we pin. What am I missing? I was thinking bishop d7. We win the rook. I guess this isn't as good as what white could get because... Why? The knight gets trapped and the bishops are strong, I guess. So even better than that is keeping up the light square pressure. 95. Yeah, so that... Okay, so queen a4 does feel like is working. What other moves? Queen f3. Yes, consider it. Bishop d3. Lots of possibilities. I wouldn't be surprised if both those are winning. But the point does stand. Yeah, taking does look quite dangerous. And that's just one. Like, f takes e5 isn't the only move. You have other considerations here. But I absolutely can understand why he's not taking, playing bishop e6. But maybe a miscalculation there. I think if you see e4, like if you see this position, e4, bishop e6, you never play h6. There had to have been something miscalculated there. And Brodsky still goes for e4. And now it looks like is playing the best moves. Bishop b5, knight a4. Queen takes d4. What else? Take. Wait. Take first. Bishop e3. Our knight is hanging. Oh, I'm being silly. Knight takes c6 probably is still good. Knight takes, take. Bishop d7, maybe now bishop e3. Like this looks fantastic. But at the very simplest, bishop takes e6. You don't even need to worry if you have an advantage here. You get forked if you're black. I'd see. Wait, hold on. The queen's struggling for squares. Could only go queen c4, and we win the exchange. Okay, so we're likely getting a queen trade as well. The only other move, d takes e5, also gives us a queen trade. So we're winning material and getting the queens off the board. Like that's GG's. Queen takes d4 has been played. Wow. I mean, beautiful game. David Brodsky, I have a lot of respect for him. I took a 6-year break from classical tournaments. I'll play occasionally. In the tournaments I've played, I've only lost to one person, David Brodsky, and I got absolutely smoked. Yeah, I got absolutely smoked. So I have a lot of respect for him. Let's hurry and check back. Let's go Nizhnik's game. Someone's mentioning 8. We did check that out already, so let's go there, and then let's go back to Fabi's game. So we looked at a very crazy line. If you guys missed it, it's worth going back over. So we were looking at this endgame, And looking at rook d1, where there's this absolutely insane line, h5. h5, okay, so what? Why is h5 better than any other pawn push to give our king squares? Well, because down the road after h3, we now have e5. We're trying to trap this bishop, rook c1 first, take away bishop d1 because white could protect the bishop. King h2, e4. So glad we have h5, no bishop g4. And now if for bishop e2, rook e1, and so white actually has to play c5. Black can't take because of take, c takes a7, or b takes a7, excuse me, and a queen. So he, of course, plays rook e1, trapping the bishop, no e2 square, and white is just much better in this endgame with the more dangerous passed pawn on c6. So a bit of a crazy line. h5, understandably though, very understandably, was missed. g5 played. Now h3. That's kind of funny. He plays h3 first, knowing rook d8 isn't going anywhere. Yeah, just kind of emphasizing it, giving his opponent something to think about. And now after bishop c6, he's maintaining the pin. So currently piece for pawn, but you have to untangle yourself. Why can't we just bring the king? What if we play king f1? What's the issue? He's trying to go rook d6. That's the problem. Bishop a4, b5. So there is a threat. The eval bar is keeping up there. So okay, that is still probably very good for white. If b5 take, wait, you can't even take back. Hold on. Because if you take this, you're just gonna die. You're gonna lose to these passed pawns. Knight b6, bishop c6. So that's not the idea. We're getting there. I actually am not sure. I mean, b4 is the only forcing move. The king can't really go anywhere. Because, I mean, king h6, yeah, you allow tactics with knight e5. King g6, also knight e5. All right. We're looking at the engine, knight e4. I don't know why. Okay. I believe you. Okay, so we play a move, knight c3, and b5. We just bring the knight to trap the bishop. Wait, we stop it? Oh, we take the bishop. Okay. That's simple. So what if I preemptively play rook b8? Still knight c3. Oh. Because of the checkmate. That's why king f1 is a problem. That's why king f1 loses the advantage. Is because you walk right into the... So we okay, hold on. We can play like any other move then. Like we could play f3. We can play g3. These are all fine. That same idea doesn't work because now after knight e4, we have rook b8. So the only thing to not play as white is king f1. That's it. You can do literally anything else. With knight e4 as a potential concern, f3 makes a ton of sense now. Like, just get rid of that knight jumping down there. How do we break free, though? Because it's easy to say, hey, we didn't run into knight e4, which is just wild. But what are we actually doing? What's the next step? Okay, black pushes pawns, right? He wants to lock us down. He maybe even wants to create some long-term threats against our king. We imagine h4, knight jumping in, knight f4. Now we bring the king. So don't play king f1 right away. Play f3, bring the king. We're going to chase the rook. He continues, bishop king e2. Somehow king e2 blunders again. This is feeling a lot trickier for white than I ever would have expected. And here, knight h5. He goes for knight f4. Okay, so h5, h4 does have some reason behind it. I'm not just saying there's random threats. The threats actually do exist. Now, this does seem to be the continual issue. It's not even the pin. It's the fact that the knight and rook can create some problems. So if you're not careful, you actually get some very serious counterplay because let's say we do try and untangle, play rook b8, knight f4, go here. Okay, no, let's not hang pawns. Go here. That still hangs. We're losing a pawn. I'm not gonna try not to because it's impossible. Like this is still not easy. Why does this work now? What's the? Oh. Ah. Okay, so you can't run the king up the board because b5 pawn takes and now rook d5 is checkmate. I'm shocked. I am genuinely surprised how dangerous this position still remains to be for Nizhnik. Like he's completely winning with best play, eval bar, and my own personal belief. This is completely winning, but I keep losing it or keep equalizing, and it does really signal to me that there's some serious danger here. Okay, now I do want to get to the Fabi game, so we're just straight up looking at the computer now. B4 is the idea, makes a lot of sense. We're continuing to remain safe. We're going to just provide the opportunity for B5. This bishop isn't going anywhere. If he follows that same idea with knight h4, now it's not as dangerous. Why is it not as dangerous? Because we can actually run the king this time. F5 is the issue with running our king. We don't want to keep our king down here because we're getting checked a lot. Pawns are getting taken. That's a problem. So we kind of find our freedom through the middle of the board, but we have to watch out for b5. That's the one concern. If this rook d5 opens up, obviously we know it's checkmate, but as long as we can guard against that, that's crazy. It's just wild. Like it really is just wild how there's these little tricks still in the position. So I expect Nizhnik, he has tons of time. He has the winning position. He is going to convert this. I would strongly suspect, but he shouldn't rush. He should take his time. Still some tricks in the position. And as long as he does that, I expect that he will take it to win. Now, okay. Wait. Let's go to Fabi's game. There's some other games I'm seeing, but let's go to Fabi's game because it has been a while. Some updates here for sure. G4 on the board. Knight is on D2. So last time we saw it was after Queen F7. Theodoro playing King H8. So just trying to think very prophylactically, not rush. Fabi plays Knight D2 and G4 now. Defending H3 that way. Okay, if he plays King H2, the problem is you just have to live with this because G4, that pawn is pinned now. So Fabi says, I want G4, I play G4. Not going to beat around the bush. Went for the queen trade. Didn't want it. Is the endgame really that bad? Not as good as with queens on the board, which can make some sense with the pawn on G4. You open up ideas of H5 and even counterattacking now that the pawn has extended to G4. So queens stay on the board, provoke D5, knight C4 played. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Queen E2. Theodoro has a good advantage. I'm surprised that it's evaluated so high, though. Why is this so good? Because, like, I don't see his clear plan. Yes, he has that pressure, but worst case scenario, you can... Is that worst case scenario? Can you clamp down with F3? Why can you clamp down on F3? G6, F5? G6, F5 could happen. So the attacks do continue. You also, G6 does open up King G7, Rook H8 to play down the H file. So the attack is there. You can't just stop it. In the meantime, Fabi, I think, looks for C4, C5. Puts the rook on C1, tries to break through there. And this turns into a battle. It's kind of a reverse situation. In Fabi's game yesterday, he had this semi-closed position against Burke that both sides, they were kind of playing on each side of the board. And for a good portion of it, it was actually Fabi who was attacking more on the king side, and Burke, it felt like, more on the queen side. And then it was just back and forth. Who's attacking where on which side is it happening? Now Fabi going for that same center locked up, attacking on both sides, but still not sure what to make of it. It's let's dive in. Let's dive into some lines. So H takes, G6 is what I would lean towards. We're just following the simple plans. We're not trying to complicate it. Here, King G7, Rook H8, bit slow. F5, F5, completely opening up the king, but it actually kind of works. Queen is guarding H5, so there's no concerns here. It's very difficult to get the rook to H1 because your king has no squares. And you have to be careful of allowing F4. I'm starting to not like G takes F5. Our idea was C5. If we continue it, say, hey, you play F4, I'm taking. He plays it anyways, and he forks us on F3, so we can't do that. That would be an issue. F4, F3. Theodoro getting up from the board. Fabi thinking G6 was played. So not taking right away, but G6 with F5 potential. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. This is one that I do not like this for Fabi. That F5 idea actually looks good. Like Theodoro's just fast enough. He's faster than Fabi here. That I think Fabi now has to buckle down and think defense. I mean, it'd be lovely. It'd be so nice if we could just, teleport and play C5 and play Rook C1, and we were up 2 moves. Up 2 moves, now we have the advantage. It's not that Fabi doesn't break through here. He does have a breakthrough plan. It's just a little bit slow compared to F5. Bishop C8. I mean, of course, Bishop C8 would be a fantastic. Always play Bishop C8. Chat wild. I mean, this has been a great game from Theodora. I gotta say, like, just he's been very patient. He's tried to avoid any danger that Fabi has posed, and it shows. He is in the driver's seat, and I'd actually be pretty stressed if I was Fabi. I mean, it's the thing is he's not only up time, but his plan is actually pretty simple. G6 breakthrough with F5 destroy. Like that's not that complicated. He's already headed in that direction. And so it's Fabi that has to deal with the danger as well as play what I would consider to be the more difficult moves. G takes H5 is going to be something you think about a lot here, and honestly, maybe the move worth playing. Yes, it feels scary to open up the G file, but your king can try and find at least some safety on either H2 or H1. So this possibly, I think you want to head in a direction like this. Give yourself a little bit of safety, maybe a little bit of breathing room, and push Theodoro to find the more concrete shots, the more dangerous things. Because if you just sit back and you go for your own plan, you die. Like, you just lose this. So definitely don't want to do this. F5, very dangerous. F4 threats, take here, take here. Okay, not take E4, that allows bishop takes E4. But you're breaking through, it's happening one way or the other, whether you like it or not. I don't know. This is Fabi's in the danger zone. It has been about 2.5 hours since we started the stream, so I think this is a good time because there's an hour left on this round. We're going to be hitting the time pressure, a point where I absolutely will refuse to take a break because it will just be too engaging. So I'm going to go ahead before we get into all this action, as time whittles down, take just a short break, and then we'll be back at it. See what Fabi is able to come up with, and see how all these time pressure games play out. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're round six of the U.S. Masters, streaming on Twitch, Charlotte Chess Center, GM Naroditsky, Chess Sharks, and on YouTube, the Charlotte Chess Center's page as well. Wherever you're tuning in from, welcome. Fabi has not moved. He has spent, at this point, 1/3 of his time. I think, as I was sort of feeling when we were first looking at this position, I was surprised. I was surprised by the computer evaluation, and it just came to not really understanding or not really feeling how quickly Black's play is happening here. And I would guess Fabi is feeling a bit of that same now that he's actually looking at the moves. Well, I'm sure he was looking at the moves before, but really calculating, really diving into this position, understanding how dangerous, how much he needs to be careful. G takes H5, so this is what stands out to me. Now, I will say I was looking through the position a little bit. I did take a look at some of what the computer was saying, and this one I do know the exceptional move here is Rook G8, which it makes sense. I think this is definitely something Theodore would find. It seems a bit crazy to, hey, my opponent just took a pawn, I'm not going to do it. But we're all about the attack. If you're playing with the black pieces here, we are all about creating an attack, going for it. And the obvious goal of playing Rook G8 is just saving time. If he has to take us on G6, we play Queen takes G6. That's a huge victory. The other thing about not taking on H5 is, of course, White gets to create shelter with H3. But our pawn also helps in creating that shelter. We can potentially take this pawn if we pile up on it, but we can never take our own pawn. So H5 becomes a bit of a blockade. That's why, as well, Rook G8 carries a lot of danger. Now, here, you move out of the way. I'm not sure exactly what the follow-up is. I was looking at some ideas with F5, but now it starts to get a little crazy with Bishop G5, and I would think H6. Hold on. H6 and then H4 as a type of blockade may be possible. So I don't know if it's so easy because you have to really think about what the follow-up will be if you go in this direction. You consider G5, you consider taking on H5 now. Say, hey, I played Rook G8, King H1 was maybe the worst move. The reason I was thinking King H1 is if you go here, and I was definitely eyeing F5 with now some possible ideas, but I guess you have the same Bishop G5. So what's the difference? What am I missing? Here, let's just see what the computer has to say for a second. G5 now. So I thought the problem with King H2 would be F5, but apparently it's much worse after G5. What's the difference? What the heck? This is why, even if you have the computer, sometimes it's really difficult to understand. Bishop F3. Bishop F3, you would think is better with the king on H2, but I guess you play G5 first, and here's the difference. If the king is on H2, then F5 is not as effective because you can't take. Here you can take, bishop takes F5, bishop G4, no E4 because, well, you can play E4, but it's just in no way, shape, or form as destructive. So king H2 runs into G5 because now after bishop F3, starting to get ready to make a blockade, F5 happens faster. Take E4. G takes H5 was played, and an immediate G takes H5. Although Fabi plays King H1 instead of King H2. The real improvement to, and again, a lot of this is computer analysis, as I said, I was looking at a little bit during the break. I know, I break, and I still look at the position, but King H2 would be better, F5. What's the difference? King H1? Yeah, I mean, this doesn't feel like the end of the world. This bishop G5 ends up being a very nice blockade. So that's not the concern. I'm not concerned about F5, at least not here, but maybe in the long run it could be. So we want to play king h2 if f5 isn't as much of a concern, because we are going to keep that diagonal blockaded. King h2 is better because we support the h3 pawn. So king h1, you lose a little bit of that protection. No moves have been played. Rook g8, rook g1, f5 now. There's a lot of little subtleties. There's a lot of little subtleties here, and it's very, very tricky. It's tricky for both sides. I mean, you want to play rook g8 first, because if you play f5 right away, bishop g5. And then you get this blockade. Yeah, rook moves, rook g1, rook g8, bishop f3 even. So we want no part of that. So we play rook g8 first, just to prevent that. And then we're looking for f5. And if white does nothing, f4. And now tactics start to open up. We consider f3. We can consider bringing the queen to h4. Okay. Maybe not right away. that could be a problem. Consider even like bishop g4 could be an idea. Bishop g4 looks like fun. We can consider rook takes g2. Oh wait, rook takes g2 wins on the spot. That's a fork, right? Here. Yeah, rook takes g2. Simple. I wanna play bishop g4, all complicated, but rook takes g2. King takes, oh, hold on. King takes f3, take rook g8. Yeah. And he has to give up the queen. Rook g3. Okay, so that's kind of the threats that Fabi may have to look at, but it's a very important moment for Theodoro. He really needs to put something to prevent bishop g5 before he plays f5. That's number one. Number one, you have to prevent bishop g5. So absolutely essential. And then here he has some flexibility. Well, does he? If he just, how do you even prepare this? Let's say we play rook g7, so we do take time. Is this so simple? Bishop f3. Bishop takes. Rook takes. Bishop takes h5. Bishop takes h5 gains a move. We're not worried. Man, I was actually worried about rook h7. But there's no actual checkmate. You do have bishop g4. But of course, bishop f1 doesn't work and would just be silly. Queen h5. Bishop h5 doesn't work, by the way. Loses to bishop takes e2. But queen h5, you swap it out. So the tactics there don't work. But you can just play bishop g4, interrupting queen h5. You take the queen. But white has kind of made it out alive. So bishop takes h5 is possible. And black should just go for that line. Okay, so you can't just slowly play. White does have some ideas. Bishop f3, he does have some ideas with sort of a counterattack, which makes some sense as to why Theodoro paused. He did play rook g8. So he did start correctly, and now Fabi. Yeah, bishop f3 right now doesn't make a lot of sense. I think just simply bishop takes h3 and queen h7. Okay, there may be something with bishop g2 as well, but queen h7 with bishop g4 threats also looks quite nice. So here, no bishop f3. Start with rook g1 and just see what black's playing. f5. Okay, we can't just see what's playing. f5. I was thinking we take, queen takes. Queen f3. We try and bail out. Queen g6, queen e4, bishop f5. Queen h4. Wait, this actually, hold on, we may have avoided the queen trade too long, because now bishop f3 next looks very good for white. open up the G file on the queen and it's actually turned around. So we continue to avoid the trade. We play queen f6, taking away h4. We go back queen f3. Okay, we probably shouldn't go back. Oh, that just hangs h5. But we take h4 now. We take h4. Okay, not just prevent queen h4, but we're going to take it. Avoid the queen trade. Dance around. And it continues to be dangerous. But I will say, this g takes h5, I think it was a great decision for Fabi. I think it was the only way, because Fabi actually, it does feel like is getting some of his own counterplay, where Theodoro now has to be careful. There's a question why we can't break on the queen side. It's because black's play is happening, right? If we do try and go for c5, we're going to get hit with f4. In this case, once again, rook takes g2. We've already seen this, but in a different move order. So that's a problem, and there are other ideas after f4. And if we take, let's say we take first, queen takes, and then we go for it, it's more reasonable time, actually, because f5 is super annoying. But there's no rook takes g2. Rook takes g2, queen takes, rook h2. Yeah, that doesn't work. I actually don't hate this. Kind of a balance. A5, the suggestion. A5 also may be possible. I feel like black should have something, but if rook takes g2 doesn't work, the queen actually gets in the way of sacrificing here. I want to rearrange the queen, but I can't because of the pressure on h5. So what else? We could play e5. What about e5? We run into bishop d4. No, don't play that. Don't play that. Don't allow this. Play queen e5 just to accept that was a dumb move. Yeah, this doesn't feel right at all. What's the actual move, though? We can't play bishop takes e4. Queen takes e4 doesn't look exceptional. We keep up the pressure. Oh, wait, that's a nasty idea. It's definitely not going to happen, but queen e3, let's say it takes. We could play queen e3 does prepare bishop takes e4, because now after take, we needed queen takes h3, right? Now bishop takes e5. So queen e3 does prepare that, as well as queen h6 ideas, and yeah, this is looking very good for white. So no e4. It's actually kind of difficult to find a clear plan for black to attack. So instead, after rook g1, he plays queen h7. What's the difference? Let's say we play a5. Okay, one difference. One difference. Wait. Am I correct in this? I think one difference is you can play rook g7 now. We looked at that where bishop f3 was an issue, but now bishop f3. Bishop g4, bishop takes h3. Okay, bishop g4, white can just ignore. Right? You can't take it. Taking would be bad, because that's checkmate. But he doesn't have to do anything about it. White can play a takes b6. So bishop g4 isn't it? Bishop takes, but now, okay, we do have bishop g4 after. So we take, and then we play bishop g4. And we're completely winning. So queen h7 does prepare rook g7. It prevents this bishop f3, bishop takes h5 idea in that other line against rook g7. Now, is rook g8 is doubling that much of a threat? It's doubling that much of a threat. Someone is pointing out that after bishop f3, this bishop g4, queen takes e4 could be a... yeah, that's a good point. And I did miss that, but... Oh, wait. No, you can't play queen takes e4. Because, like, rook takes g4. So, say... I play a6, silly move. Sorry, queen takes e4, rook takes. You lose your pinning piece. Yeah. No, it's a good idea though. The double pin. Unfortunately, bishop g4 can be taken, but the crisscross pin like that is always a good time. So queen h6, he's gonna double. Say we play a5, we continue rook g8. What do we do? c5 now. Take rook c1. The positive thing, even though I see the eval bar going down, the positive thing for Fabi is it's not like this is just over, right? Rook takes g2 is actually might be a consideration here. I'm seeing like queen takes e4 ideas at some point. Like it was definitely be something you have to watch out for, but it's not like rook takes g2 resign is a big idea. So that is positive. You do have some hope in that you actually have time. And it feels like Fabi actually has created time with this g takes h5. Better for Theodoro still, but Fabi's not out of it yet. Not out of it. So, let me do a quick glance. Let's also do some updates here. So I was pointing out Vasif was in the bottom right corner. He's no longer there because the game has finished. This bishop g4 blunder, he tried to come up with something with rook f3, but didn't work. The game actually finished very quickly from that point. Down the rook. It looks dangerous around black's king, but there's just nothing. There's been a draw on board 4. No, sorry, this is board 4. But draws on board 5 between Aguha Mitra and Antipov. Take a quick look here. I don't want to spend too much time, but I was really liking Antipov's chances. But I guess his attack never really got going, and the players decided to call it early. Yeah, it seems like a strange place to agree to a draw, but okay. I mean, we're getting into the last few rounds, so definitely you want to make sure you're pacing yourself, you're resting a little bit. This is a game we haven't talked about, but I think is worth going to. Evan Park has been an absolute beast. He took down 3 GMs on his way to playing Theodoro last round. Now, there was a bit of a snafu in the opening. It was a London, and Evan Park in that case just never seemed to get his feet on the ground against Theodoro, and he did finally go down, but he is up a pawn, a passed pawn in the center of the board against Elshon. Elshon has been a very solid player. Hasn't actually lost, if I'm not mistaken, has drawn to Donchenko and Oparin. So very solid player, was able to draw and get some very good games against some of the top seeds in the event. But Evan Park, who has been an absolute just beast throughout this event, may be looking to take down another GM as he continues to pursue a possible Grandmaster norm in this event. Still some work to be done. Alshon still has some chances to hold, but this should be in all way, shape, and form a 2-result game. And the way Evan Park has been playing, I would expect him to convert this. This is about the points because the games are going to be finishing. That if you guys especially want to take a look at any game or you see any updates, let me know. I don't know if we'll be able to jump to it. We may be, as we get to the end, focusing a lot on Fabi's game, as I expect a lot of craziness there, but definitely let me know. Taking a glance in the background, David Brodsky did win, by the way, so we did see this game just briefly, and it finished quite quickly. Bishop takes c6 was played. Okay, I think this was just some of playing out, especially when you're frustrated and things just didn't go well in the opening. I understand playing it out a little bit. Sometimes just venting your frustration, not with your opponent, but with yourself. So this one, Brodsky was able to convert. Let's go check in on board 3. It's been a while since we've been there. and a lot has happened. So knight d3, wasn't 100% sure about this. b4 was looking quite good. Opponent took a more solid approach, going for queen d2. I was looking at queen f3 as a possibility, but no, a more solid approach. And here a3, just ridding of that threat, was a miss. The computer wanted bishop h6, going for the trade right away. What do you play after bishop takes, c takes? Why is this not a skewer? Why is this not an exchange? Why is this checkmate and 8 moves? Queen takes d5. I was looking at queen e7, which black easily defends, but queen takes d5. Queen f7. And you just can't stop bishop g7. You think it's queen g7, that's the problem, but you can't stop bishop g7. Wait, hold on, we can, but then rook e7. Bishop takes f2, king h1. Okay, so bishop h6, trying to basically get rid of the opponent's bishop pair, and then say, hey, you have weak pawns, I have strong rooks, I have a big advantage, but based on some complicated calculation, Oparin instead vying for the slower approach, more solid approach. f3, kind of a sneaky tactic here with queen f4, queen f6 ideas, and obviously threatening to take the bishop, so he couldn't do that. Bishop takes d3, only move, and here we are with a position that's close to equal, which surprises me. This looks very good for white, with just that pressure on d4 and contesting any sort of dark square play, and you got rid of your opponent's bishop pair. But on the positive side, Newton here now has rooks that are placed pretty well, so that has to be where his compensation is coming from. Yes, he has weak pawns, but he has play. Queen d1 has been offered. I think you take there. I mean, if you avoid it, you have to start considering bishop takes d4. So queen takes d1, take, and we simply defend. What if white goes after our next pawn? We simply defend. We simply attack. Maybe rook b6, trying to go for counterplay. Ask who's better. Okay, I don't know about this, actually. Rook d2. Might be worth playing rook c2 first, just to prevent rook d2. And then, of course, we're going to take and bring this in, or try and take this way. Those rooks, the active rooks, they go a long way. I don't know. I feel like Oparin, I mean, he still played well overall, but I feel like he just played too solidly in this game. I feel like he had some more interesting chances, probably could have made it more difficult for his opponent. And he just played solidly. Queen d2, doubled the rooks, like very reasonable moves. But when you don't go and try and put that pressure, your opponent, with some accurate defensive moves, just kind of says, okay, you didn't really put the pressure, you didn't really take the opportunity. I'm defending, good luck taking me down. So I don't know. I mean, the time situation is where Oparin, I think, wins this. In this situation, he's going to do it because his opponent's down under 2 minutes and is feeling the pressure. So there was one, I think we go check out one more game and then we go back to Fabi's. Someone suggested Alice Lee versus Emilio Cordova, so let's go there, which is looking absolutely wild. Let's go back just a little bit. Wait, what was this opening? We're going back a lot of it. So this was a Benko with early e6. Okay, I've played some Benko myself, just a little bit. I've played against the Benko. I've played a few different variations. This e6, admittedly a bit new to me, but led to a more of open position in the center. Usually Benko, you give up the pawn, you're putting pressure down the queen side. In this case, Cordova getting that pressure down the middle of the board. Continued to remain down a pawn, but Okay, takes it back on a2. That was poorly poorly timed on my part. And now is winning somehow. I mean, this position does look very positive, but his knight is on a7, stuck defending that bishop on c6. Alice Lee, given time, what is she doing? Given time, rook is on g1. She's been defending a lot. I think she goes rook d1, and she looks for maybe back rank counterplay or knight d5, trying to interrupt this bishop. Something like rook d1. Okay, we're going to ignore any ideas for black and just say rook d1, knight d5, like bishop f3, trying to get some freedom. Could be a direction. Maybe more accurate would be rook g3, bishop f3. So you try and keep some readiness to defend against f2, either the knight or maybe dropping the queen back. But why is this completely crushing? Okay, I do want to go to the Fabi game, so this is an instance where let's just see what the computer's thinking. Rook d2. What's rook d2? Queen c7. Doesn't feel like a big deal. Rook d2 only move, by the way. That makes it -3. g5 once again. Only move that makes it now almost -4. What's the idea? What's the point? Knight goes, h5. Rook takes e2? And you just get completely crushed on the light squares. Rook takes queen a1. Queen a6. If Cordova plays this, he is better than Magnus Carlsen. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. Rook d2. Why do we need rook d2? First of all, why can't we play g5 right away? Because knight d5. Okay, so knight d5 is something white wants to do. So I think rook d2 is findable. You want to prevent knight d5. You maybe want to prevent rook d1. G5, I didn't even consider queen takes a7. So g5 is ridiculous. G5 is would be an insane find. Rook d2 makes sense. You could even consider like rook d7 instead of g5. Just again trying to control the squares. But playing g5 like, hey, my knight's hanging, I don't care. You're losing. Or understanding that knight h5, which looks a bit scary, letting that knight in there, loses because you have queen a1, queen a6. That's a wild move. So Alice Lee, I mean, it looks very scary. Of course, she's completely losing, but this is a case where I don't think the evaluation bar tells the full story. Cordova's low on time. He's down under 8 minutes. Finding all of that with only 8 minutes, I don't think he does it, which means Alice may still have a chance in this game. And I think a pretty decent one. Like, this is one of those positions, and yeah, rook a1's already been played. Like, this is one of those positions where it just looks so good, but a few trades, which we could see right now, queen d1, and then you're kind of back in this game and you end up holding. Queen takes a1, this is being played, queen d1. That's crazy. I wish I could be there when Cordova looks at this game in the engine and he sees rook d2, g5, and he just shakes his head like, no way. Like, that's just wild. What a variation. Let's go back to Fabi's game. Not much has happened, but I do expect fireworks in this game soon. And obviously, this is the headliner for this round, both on 5 points. And Fabi, highest rated in the event, he played rook f1. So in a lot of these lines, it was feeling queen h7, or feeling like queen h7 was preparing rook g7. But Fabi, he's going for f4, right? Like, this has to be his plan, f4. If you play rook g8, I think f5. He's just trying to shut down the play. Still apparently slightly better for black, at least, but this feels like the direction. Fabi just trying to blockade it and figure things out later, maybe trying to get some play with a5. Now the big downside here is allowing the capture. Right, that rook did move. Bishop takes a4 is legal. but he goes back, I assume. Goes back. Bishop moves. What about b5? No, bishop takes a7. And then your bishop's awkward on a4. So he can't play b5. We go back. Rook takes a7. Nothing special, but the end. What is happening? Moves being played. Rook af1. Rook g4. Rook g4. Wild. Does that prevent f4? Because now you're just... now you just have more attackers. Oh, that's funny. Rook g4. What a way to prevent Fabi's idea. For those asking, Danya is not playing. I believe right now he may be giving a lecture. He will be back for the evening round doing commentary. But as being a believer in this event and enjoying this event, as said, an A-OK for the commentary, even when it's me, to be streamed. F3 is played, given a question mark. A blunder. There's some ideas here. Okay. Rook g3. King here. Say rook g8. Bishop f2. I want tactics. Where are my tactics? h4. And then we build up. Right? Because take. Bishop takes h3 will be... So you can't kick the rook out. Wait, hold on. Rook g3? Rook g3 has been played. Oh, Fabi's in trouble. h4. h4 is brutal. I don't even think it's like an immediate shot. Sorry, that's the wrong move. Oh, wait, no. Still, wait a second. Still h4. I was going back to that line with king h2, rook g8. But here, it's not even the check. Your bishops can't move. Like, you want queen g2 or queen f1 to, like, add defense, not queen g2. You want queen f1, but you can't do that. Your pieces are just completely trapped. Bishop can't move. Rook can't move. King can't move. Bishop takes h3 is happening, and you can say whatever you want. It's just reality. Rook g3. Fabi down on time and in massive danger. This h4. Oh, no. Oh, no, Fabi. Okay. The only other try, if we can't chase the rook out, is something with f4. This does give up h3, but we go for the same... Wait, does it give up h3? Yeah, probably. I guess king h2 he takes. No, he goes bishop g4 and then h4. Which one's better? Oh, rook takes... Oh, rook takes e3 is also a consideration. Just pick. Just choose. Choose one. Like, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Okay, king h2, I don't believe in this. This, yeah, simplest is probably taking. Take. And take. We follow it up with rook g8. We're up a pawn. We have the pressure. E takes f4. At some point, this just doesn't look good for white. There's probably something even more dangerous, but I think, what do? We go f5? That doesn't, still rook g8, and we can't even take on h3 because it's checkmate. Right? We can't take. That's okay. It's not checkmate, but losing the queen is not much better. So we take on h3, king g2. We win the rook. We chase the rook. We do. We chase the rook. King g3. Rook g4, we take. Rook h1, holds. So what do we do? What do we play? Eval says black is still good. There's like no moves. Queen d7 runs into f5, rook g1, or sorry, rook g8. Nothing special. Queen takes e4, just take. The king looks surprisingly safe on h3. So rook takes e3. Is this really still that much better for black? Giving up the exchange. Pawn takes, and then the rook comes in. Bishop c5. Yeah, bishop c5. Yeah, bishop c5. Guys, I know in chat. I see. I know. I rushed. I saw a pawn. I wanted the pawn. Bishop c5. Win the exchange back with change. I mean, you can just trade everything off, and you're up a pawn in the endgame. Queen g6. Maybe something better here. Probably something better here. That's kind of a worthless check, honestly. Queen g6. Why worthless checks? Oh, Fabi played h4 instead. Okay. But this gives you time. So this takes away black's h4 idea. But now black has time. Rook dg8. Bishop f2. Trying to avoid looking at the computer. I want a real take. Bishop c5 looks interesting, but I feel like there should be something even better here. Oh, can we just give it up and move the queen? Hold on. Queen g6. Take. Queen takes. Okay, so queen f2. Queen f2. We simply play queen f4, and once again, you're kind of stuck with bishop c5 on the way. So if I play queen e1, queen f4 still and bishop c5? Man. So Fabi played this rook f1, and now he's suffering because of it. Like rook f1, he needed to be accurate on it. But now you feel it. Like so many times, you just feel the fact that this bishop is trapped, and it takes like 3 million moves to get it out of there. So black can do what he wants. Like the fact that black can play queen f4 here, rook g3 ideas, queen take, like he has time, but you're just losing is very bad. Really emphasizes how good of a position this is for black. So what do we do? Again, is there defense? This just feels losing. Like I know it's not over, and you know Fabi's strong enough. You want to believe he still has chances, but that's so bad. Bishop f2 does nothing. I mean, okay, so what if we just sit tight? Let's ask that question. So rook dg8, let's say we play a5. What are we doing now? How do we actually play? I mean, bishop h3. Does bishop h3 right now just win? He defends. I want to put the queen here now. But somehow that's not over. Queen d7, like he plays a6 just to show the idea. Somehow this is not over because of rook h2 and it defends. So sitting tight, how do we really create the threats? Oh wait, moves are being played. h4, rook dg8, king h2. See a suggestion for Or g5, some ideas of b5, which absolutely could be the case. At a well-timed after a5, there's bishop b5, rook g5. Wait, what? Rook g5. If rook g5 works, you're messing. You're messing with me. Maybe that's in a different line. f5, okay, f5 seems like a good suggestion. Trying to go f4 on queen e7. Queen e7's an issue. And now bishop g5, rook g5. Oh, of course we should take with the other one. Of course. This one actually makes a lot of sense because we play f4 and we get rid of bishop h3. And even bishop f1. After bishop h1, we might see the return of h4. Ay. f5, yeah, f5 looks really good. King h2, okay, no more moves. f4, what else? You can't allow f4. If I play queen e7, you open up queen takes h5. So f4 doesn't just prevent f4, it actually prevents queen e7 too. If rook g4, does it matter which rook we put? Because rook g4, really what you want is queen e7 still. So this rook, I mean, it makes sense to do this rook because then you actually have rook takes h4 ideas, but since the greater threat is queen e7, playing this other rook. The big concern though, why I would say, I mean, outside of the evaluation, Fabi's in even more trouble is the time situation. If you reverse this time, Fabi, I think, has a chance. But since he's the one lower on time, I find myself skeptical. And I mean, you can see the look on Fabi's face, he knows it. Like that's not the look of like, oh, I'm worse, maybe I can hold. Like he knows he's losing. And he's just hoping for some miracle. But Theodoro's thinking here, king h2. King h2, now is the moment of truth. f5. f5's looking dangerous. Is there a reason? Because we're really shooting for queen e7. Is there a reason to play queen e7 first? I don't see the difference after... Well, after f4, of course there's a difference. But is this much better? We can now guard against... I mean, do we play rook g4? I don't like this because it opens up f5. Check bishop h3, but I guess we just take all the pawns. And we're taking here. Oh, wait. Do we have bishop takes f5 in any scenario? Not quite, because white can take in between. I don't see it. This f4? Still winning. Can play bishop g4. Yeah, I mean, there's something... Before we move on, let's see. So it's... So this rook to g4. Why is this a big deal, though? Rook g4, so what? You can't take, of course, pawn takes. I play literally any move. I don't know. Here to open up queen d2, you take, I go queen d2, and you just take my pawn and win. You play rook g4, you take on e4, okay. So keeping it simple. You just keep the pieces on the board, you take my stuff, and you win. So rook g4 does work. Bishop g4, another suggestion. What are you doing? What's the follow-up? Now, after this, the rook is in... But now we have rook takes e3 again. We've already seen this. Take, queen takes. I think in this case we don't go bishop c5. I think now take Let's say rook takes f5. We wanted queen h4. We're gonna get queen h4. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna stick with this game. If you see any other interesting games, we might go check them after. Just a quick check, but I think this is gonna basically carry us through. This is it. This is board one. This is the biggest deal. Right now, Theodoro on the verge, which would be a massive win. I mean, taking down Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces would be a huge victory. And he has played a fantastic game. I mean, the only slight question I had was him playing Queen F7 earlier. And not because it was like a mistake, but because I felt like maybe he could have prioritized better. But he just eliminated any clear opportunity for Fabi, and Fabi overextended. I think Fabi really underestimated the potential problems of him pushing G4 earlier. I mean, that's one of those moves you look back on and you just say, "Why did I play G4?" Like right now that your king side's being destroyed, your opponent is throwing rooks in your face. You just shake your head and wonder why you played G4. But Theodoro has played fantastic. He's played a very good game, and now we got to see if he can finish it. I think I'm liking the options of Queen E7 F5. That Queen E7 actually looked nice because the F4 move with Bishop G4 with Rook G4, that's the main idea. That's how we're trying to create complications. Doesn't look as good. So I like Queen E7 here, but okay, you could be tempted by F5. You could be tempted by, let's say, Queen G6. What's happening after Queen G6? The issue so far from what I've seen of Queen G6 or Queen G7 is what's the threat? That's kind of the weird thing. Like, as great as Black's position looks, it's not like you're just creating threat after threat after threat. Like in a lot of these lines, it's been a pretty consistent. The danger, the damage is happening, getting the queen to h4, or going for those ideas, and White being forced to make some concessions, or he falls apart. Okay, one idea, White defends with Bishop G5. Here, I think we follow through on the getting the queen to h4. Unfortunately, even Bishop F3, now Queen F4. We actually go this way and we just pick up the bishop. Bishop G5 may be a good shot, though. Like in the right set of circumstances, it is a move you could think about, or you could forget about for Theodoro and kind of take advantage of if you're Fabi. Queen G6, maybe we just start pushing A5. Ah, no. Someone mentioned this earlier, and now it comes to life. Bishop B5. Yeah, we can't. Bishop B5, you can't take. So we walk right into the problem with Queen G6. So don't play that. C4. What if we just try expanding? What's the follow-up? F5. F5. F4. Have we improved on F4? Now Rook G4. No, Bishop H3. Bishop H3. Wait, why doesn't Bishop H3 work here? F4. Okay, so Bishop H3 probably better if you're able to play F4 as White just to prevent this. But the queen gets to H4 every time. The queen gets to H4. Yeah, so the biggest issue, we're kind of running into this where Black doesn't have like the clearest destructive blows, or he does. I mean, this queen e7 is clear, but I would say like it's not like it's abounding. It's not like you have rook takes g2 and you have rook h3 and you have queen g4 and you have bishop maneuver. Like it's just these tactics that are opening up as you continue to press. But the big issue for Fabi is he has no way to untangle, right? He's completely trapped. Bishop h1 doesn't work, rook h3. Bishop h3 doesn't work. Moving the rook, like what are you going to do? You're not going to play bishop f1. And so bishop f2, you're almost never threatening anything. Please take my rook and let me play queen takes g3. So the big issue and why Fabi is just losing here and in such trouble is, okay, you do have some time as white. You are somewhat holding it together for now, but black has 3-4 moves in order to make his attack effective, because you just have no way to make progress. One of the ways I tried, a5, opens up an opportunity. One of the other ideas with f4 is often opening up other opportunities. Bishop g5, rook g4 ideas. So it's really this issue of this rook's just here to stay. This bishop here to stay. These pieces here to stay. And if you're Fabi, your hope is less that you break through. Your hope is that your opponent makes a mistake. That's it. The game is in Theodoro's hands right now. And Fabi just needs to pray he makes a mistake. King h2, still no moves. He's really thinking here using... This is Fabi's actually kind of the nicest thing. If Theodoro spends a lot of time here and doesn't find these ideas with queen e7, or even if he does, Fabi needs one more move that gets him to spend time, and then somewhere in time pressure sneak out of it. I don't believe. I really don't. This position is just such garbage for Fabi. I think he's going down in this game, but you have to hope. Time pressure. Catch him in the time pressure and be able to get the victory. Let's see. Let's take a quick look. I'm not going to go to any other games. We're going to stay here. Oparin did end up winning. Wow, that was looking like had a lot of potential to be drawn, but Dudin's weak pawns came back to bite him finally, and Oparin was able to convert and get the win. Nizhnik did win. Evan Park looks like he's made progress and is going to win his game. Bortnik, I did not look at his game, but looks like he now has a much better position, potentially even winning. Alice Lee looks like has some potential to get back in that game, maybe hold a draw. And Canty Drew and Dina looks like she is in trouble. So just a quick update, some games that we've seen before, but we're going to stay here. This next move is, I mean, not that it's over. There's still 3 rounds left. But this next move and just the plan Theodoro comes up could decide the whole event. This is one of the toughest moments. I think this is a win, though, for Fabi. The fact that Theodoro's taken so much time. If he played queen e7 quickly, then there's no chance. But the possibility of time pressure is Fabi's. I honestly, I think it's Fabi's only chance. So we're seeing. I want to say more, but I also just like I want to see it in the camera. I want to see the move. I want to see what happens. Theodoro in control. This would be crazy with the black pieces. Fabi just never got his feet off of the ground in this opening. I don't know. It's hard to exactly say. I mean, I think g4 was the start of Fabi's problems as far as this position is concerned, but just in general, where he didn't get the position he wanted is tough. Which really just adds a lot of credit to how Theodoro's played. I mean, that's a good game when me, like I've had the evaluation and I've been following this game a lot, and when I can look back on it and say, it's hard to pinpoint outside of one move. That wasn't even like a clear mistake, just in the wrong direction and overall allowed some of these opportunities. Like it really adds a lot to how well Theodoro played. But man, it feels like he's not finding it. I mean, he's now spent what 15 minutes on this move. He was playing pretty quickly before. I take a look at that. He played Rook DG8 pretty quickly. He played Rook G3 pretty quickly. Like he was playing a lot of these moves kind of up to this point fairly fast. And now was that Bishop C5? Bishop C5. Didn't even consider this. He missed Queen E7. He's trying to get rid of the bishop and I would guess go for like a Queen H6 idea. The evaluation's still staying pretty strong though. So what if we play the simple Queen E3 to prevent it? I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, the evaluation is still up there. It really is, but this, I mean, I consider this like a little bit of breathing room. That's a hard thing to decide. I mean, the bishop on E3 was kind of the one piece doing something or had any sort of potential with like bishop G5 or bishop F2. So in that way, it feels like a success. But when you're as cramped as Fabi was, it feels like a small victory. Still losing, but maybe. Maybe there's the tiniest bit, the tiniest ray of hope still. Tiniest. I'm not saying this changed it. Queen G7. Say Queen G7. Oh shoot, wait, Queen E3. Oh, I was just thinking you play Rook F2. This gets mated in two moves. Hold on. So we need the queen for defense. Okay, Queen E3 might be wrong. Let's go Queen F2, but now Queen H6. Wait, Queen H6, Queen takes G3. Wait a second. So we play Queen G6, but now F4? No. F4. Queen G4. Yeah, definitely not. But we're kind of holding here. We're kind of holding, so this rook can go. Go Rook B1. I don't know. I still think this looks good for black, but you kind of hold. Wait. Oh, okay. Hold on. Queen H6. Take. Let's actually follow through this line. Take Queen F4. King F2. Queen takes. King E2. This is small chances. This is kind of the smallest ray. There's a tiny ray. Queen F2 has been played. The task is more difficult. I mean, I understand the thinking behind this move, but Queen H6 still should be good. You go for that position and you run the H pawn. But after looking at so many of those lines with Queen E7 and F5, this at least, like, you're playing a game. That other position, you're just suffering until you get checkmated, is what it felt like. Like a lot of those lines just felt like suffering, and you're just praying for a mistake. Here, this is an actual game where it feels more possible for mistakes to be made. The actual mistake hasn't happened. It hasn't. This is still very much in Theodoro's control. but I feel like the opportunity for a mistake has gone up. Queen f2, queen takes g3 ideas. Queen g6 was played. It was played, so now rook b1. And you ask black, how are you actually breaking through? And if f5, bishop h3. The pin is very annoying. And the trades are very annoying. a5 was played. Okay. a5, still fine. You still ask that question to black. I guess he just wants to avoid any sort of bishop takes a4. It's crazy. This is like the best worst case scenario or worst best case scenario. Like it's still bad, it's still losing, but before I believed like Fabio was down on time, he's losing on the board. I believed he had no chances. Now I actually kind of believe he has something. Okay, at this point I will note that the computer is suggesting queen h6. So you basically say I was wrong. Queen g6 was a mistake. You play queen h6, which is super difficult to do. When you just played queen g6, playing queen h6, stuff. Now he may get there because what else do you play, right? We already know f5 runs into bishop h3. Apparently it's even worse now. So we already know this. You're not playing f5, what else are you doing? What move? You can't move this rook. You can't, I mean, you could play rook g7, but how do you benefit there? Like, you may get to queen h6 just out of pure, well, I played queen g6, but then I didn't find anything, so I guess I need to go for this. Queen h6, take... Let's actually dive into this while he analyzes. Let's look at this a little bit more. So queen h4 is what I was thinking. Queen d2 is a little bit more interesting now because we could take and then we hit here. Okay, apparently we shouldn't take. We want to keep the pressure. So instead, or maybe this is the wrong direction altogether. Maybe this is the wrong direction altogether. And we should be playing queen f4. Hold on. Or taking on h4. Okay, so we should take on h4. I think the problem with queen d2 is the king has a decent amount of safety, and so now the rook can come into play, rook b1. And you have to be a little bit careful of your own king. Imagine rook b8, and this bishop, maybe we traded on h3, so queen takes h5, bishop h3. Like, these rooks could become a problem very quickly. So we need to keep up. We basically want to take away the king's safety. Queen takes h4. It's nice to have a pass pawn, but I think the better... Oh, wait. Oh, king e2 is what I played before. But the pawn's on a5 now. Bishop e5 wins on the spot. So we have to go king e3. Okay, so that's just a free pawn. If we take h4, that's a free pawn. We go back. No, king d3 is legal. And you block. King e3. So we play bishop b5 first. Rook b1. Queen f4. King f2. And do we push? I want to push. Push threatens queen d2. And he can't take. Just worth noting. I should mention this. Queen d3. You can't take that bishop. Okay, what's being played? f5 was played. Bishop h3. Bobby has the advantage after bishop h3, and time is equal. Bobby played e takes f5. What? No, what was missed? No way. And now he plays... No, he missed bishop h3. Bobby got back in the game. No way. I cannot believe what I just saw. Fabi was too locked in on this queen takes g3 idea. His glimmer of hope. I mean, I guess he still does have chances here, but we already know. We already know that this was the way Theodoro should have gone to begin with. He rushed e takes f5. He just completely missed bishop h3. Maybe he thought there was there a tactic to be worried about? I mean, I didn't see it. Your rook takes, like, it just ends so quickly after the check. King goes back. This looked pretty simple, actually. But maybe not. Theodoro also went for it, so it's easy when you see the eval bar to just be like, yep, do this, move on. We're not worried, but they both missed something there. Okay. -6. So the same ideas. Wait, queen h4. This is actually a lot better now. Queen f4, we don't have king d3 because of this trade. Before we had c4 in response to bishop e5. Now we don't have that. So king goes back. h4. Rook h1. Check. King g1. Check. Wait, we're not breaking through. Slow down. Because queen g3, h3. Does queen g3? Queen g3, h3 just wins, right? King g1, h3. Wait, it's not over. Why? Rook h2? King g7, king h1. Wait, no, our bishop's still trapped. He can't take it, but our bishop's still trapped. It has no moves. So the king just runs. The king just runs to f7, and we take the bishop. So king f2, take king e3, queen f4, king f2, h4, rook h1. Rook h1 loses, queen g3, and the king runs. So what else? Rook d1? I don't know. Queen g3, bishop h3? Looks kind of good. Okay, moves are being played. Queen d2, now queen takes h4. So he played queen d2 to gain just a little bit of time. And now he takes on h4. Queen goes back to f4. King f2. He's winning. He's winning all over the place, but one wrong direction and those rooks get active. It could flip around. E4 also worth considering. I like h4 because you just everything's solid and you have good threats. Queen d2, queen g3, h3. But e4 is also worth considering because I mean ideas with e3 or even just something crazy like queen d2. I wanted queen d2, king g3, e3. That's probably not it. Honestly, we could just look to play bishop g4. Time getting low. Bobby's actually built up a lot of time with these checks. So I so while he missed bishop h3, he still does have chances. I mean just because of time pressure. One slip tactic where suddenly the rooks are trapping the queen or going after the king. Yeah, it is worth noting. Someone points out that fatigue. I mean, Fabi's played a lot of long games. He had 2 rounds last night and the second round where he was the last game. I mean, maybe there was 1 or 2 others, but like pretty much like one of the last 3 games. He's been playing some pretty hard fought battles. And you have to imagine that's taking its toll, especially because it's unnormal. Like unless you're playing a lot of open tournaments, it's pretty rare that you're going to be playing 2 games a day. So very long games, 2 games a day. People that strong players that are putting up a huge fight. Fatigue definitely playing a role, but that's no exception for Theodoro. You start to feel it these last 4 rounds. That's it. A lot of the tournaments I've been playing lately, if I do play, are like 5, 6 rounds. I just chop off the end when I get exhausted. It saves me. He's really thinking here. This is the commitment point. I mean, he knows he should be pushing for a win here, right? He knows. He should feel it. King's on F2, but you want to find the right strategy. I mean, imagine this. If he wastes even just 2 moves, watch how much the evaluation goes down. Even after 1 move, Bishop E8, it drops by 3 points. It's not like Fabi's without ideas. He has play. He does, but okay, so Queen D2. I wouldn't be shocked to see Queen F4 just building time. H4. H4. Okay. He's going in this direction. He traps the bishop, right? Hold on. H3. The only concern here is your king's also low on squares. So rook F2. What if we play rook F2? Because we want to threaten a bishop move so there's no queen H4, right? So take. Yeah, I don't want to get pinned, so we take with this rook. And the game still continues. I kind of like this plan with H4. Just win the bishop. But you still have to watch out. These 2 rooks in your exposed king can create some counterplay. Hey, why are we not getting the moves? Hold on. Okay, H3, this has all been played. The camera and the DGT, they're a little bit off, but there's the play. The moves, Fabi goes rook B1. Okay, so he can take with the king as well. Hope to just pick off all the other pawns somewhere down the line. Is there, I really hate this pin, but anything here? Maybe king G1? Bishop H3? Rook B8? King H7? This looks... Oh, rook G8? And we try and go for a lot of annoying checks? Rook takes G2. Doesn't lose on the spot. Still some counterplay. So rook B1. After taking the bishop, you have options. The hesitancy. Would you really play anything except taking the bishop? It's not as easy as it should be for the material advantage we're about to see on the board. Just a clear piece all around, 3 points. But it's still messy. Yeah, he's hesitating. Okay. Wait. Bishop F5. Actually a very strong move, but color me surprised. Oh, the bishop stays trapped. Okay, rook B8, king H7, bishop F1. Take and check. King H1, bishop E4. Bishop F5 keeps the bishop trapped. Very nice. Very well calculated. No bishop F1. And Fabi plays rook B8 and rook F8. He has the pin, but there's also some discovery issues. Wait, take. Queen H6. Wait, Queen H6? No, I'm getting pinned. Don't listen to me. We check first. Queen C1. Queen C1 and then Queen H6. What? You can't take back. He just takes the bishop. You can't take back. King takes bishop H3. Rook takes queen C1. Yeah, we're about to see it. I think we're about to see the result. Rook takes G2, Queen C1, resign. He sees it. He's reaching for it quickly. It's actually annoying to me that black has bishop. Like you still can play Queen H6 because of bishop H3, and there's the result. Wow, and the handshake. Fabi goes down. What a roller coaster. Man, Fabi's going to be kicking himself because he did have a chance. Like Theodoro played an absolutely brilliant game, but still there was just one very big mistake with F5. That's painful. I almost feel bad for Fabio. Just the fact that he had this opportunity. I mean, you want it, right? Like in a game, you want the opportunity to get back in it. But the fact that he didn't find it is going to make this loss all the more painful. Instead of just, man, he played a good game, I got outplayed, sad to lose. This is going to be, he played a good game, but he messed up, and I missed the opportunity to get back in it. Like this is just you're going to have nightmares about this move. That's just wow. I mean, what a game. What a game. Theodoro still played absolutely fantastic, but I do feel a bit. What happens if bishop h3, f4, bishop takes d7, queen f6? Okay, actually is a good question. This may have been what they missed. Because this looks very difficult to defend. I wanted to hurry and check out some games, so for this one, yes, I did just look at what the computer says, and there's a suggestion in chat about it, king h1. Very sneaky defense, yeah, king h1. Ah, yeah, what can you say? It's just a painful loss. Fabi had the white pieces. He had every right to be able to win this game. Theodoro just played amazing, equalized it, took advantage, played fantastic, but just to rub salt in the wound, he messed up one time. That's okay. I mean, Fabi now losing rating overall. That's still not bad. I mean, in an open tournament, only being down 1.3 elo really still isn't that bad of an event for him. It's tough. He risked a lot of rating every game, and so that's still a good result. And he's not over. I mean, there's 3 more games. Fabi's still tied for second. I mean, Theodoro obviously clear first now, 6 out of 6. But Fabi's in second. If he can finish well, someone takes down Theodoro. There's some chances, but just tough, just tough. I mean, you kind of feel like Fabi. It almost, I think it could have been different if Theodoro was playing low on time. But you have to think your opponent spends 20 minutes, and I can remember very clearly a game this happened to me. I was in a losing position. My opponent spent 30 minutes, and those 30 minutes were terrible. Like they were just awful. Like because I know I'm losing. I know I'm in a losing position, and you just have to sit and let it marinate while your opponent's thinking. And I think Fabi's seeing that, and he just gets this idea like, hey, maybe queen takes g3, maybe I have that chance. And so when he feels like he can get it, he takes f5, queen takes g3, he just takes it. He finally had a light, and he just took it without questioning it. It's understandable, but heartbreaking. Yeah, Fabi did lose. Theodoro, kudos. I mean, fantastic game. Let's do a quick check. Let me switch to the playing hall. Most of the games had finished. A lot of the results we already know. I think we're gonna call it pretty soon, but let's just touch on them some of them quickly. Evan Park did win, so he lost. Evan Park lost to Theodoro, but other than that, is 5 out of 6 taking down 4 GMs. Showed that end position. Looks like a fantastic played endgame. He was up a pawn, but king g6, activate the king. Very good technique. Bortnik did win, also in an endgame. Here he's going to be up 2 pawns. So his opponent, Pablo Salinas, called it. Unfortunately, it looks like Alice Lee, this game we did check in, is going down. Something happened here. It looked like she was getting back into the game. But the knight came in and... Oh, some forks happened. The secondary piece went down, and just with a rook, not a rook and a piece for the queen, it's too much. So Alice Lee, after an incredible fight, unfortunately, is going to lose that game. And then last one, let's talk about this. Dina did look to be in trouble. Hold on. Maybe you should let's actually go back and take a look at this. Here, so Dina, last time I just took a glance at it was back here. 94. How did she make it out alive? Knight G5. The two bishops gave up the pawn, but got that pressure on the queen side. How? How did she survive? Take f7, take b4, converting it to the endgame, looking good, but giving up the rook. Wow, okay, so it looks like a very good game by Aaron Jacobson. Dina holding on, keeping things kind of within range of not resigning, and now is equal because without the rook, that outside pass pawn is annoying to stop. And also this bishop, it's hard to coordinate. It is currently stuck defending this pawn. You say, why not push it? Knight c4. Now this bishop is the one struggling for protecting this pawn. You can go bishop f4, but the pawn continues to run. So the rooks come off the board, and Dina may be holding the draw after a very scary position. Let's stay with this game. Let's stay with this game. Looking in the background, you can kind of see him faintly. b3. Oh, and the king is stuck guarding this pawn. So it's, man, it's just bishop tied down, king tied down. This bishop doing a solo task of defending against this passed pawn, but it's not good enough. Knight c4. Okay, I did want to see if b3, was there any potential for knight b5, bishop d4? I kind of like that line. b3, interesting idea with knight b5. Okay, bishop c3 isn't the only move white can play. But what do we have here? Now the idea is simple. Knight takes d2, bishop takes f2. Bishop moves, but wait, b3? And you win the bishop. Hold on. Wait, reversal. Reverse. Hold on a second. Dina, what? Okay, just to add clarity. What was this? This was like +4. This was +4. And now from +4, from the jaws of death, Dina can now push this for a win with b3. No way. What a fight. Holding in. You win the bishop, but at what cost? The cost of one pawn. One singular pawn, you win the bishop. That's it. b2 is happening. You cannot trap the knight. There's no chance. Zero chance. Try again next time. But how good are the chances? Like seriously, you win the piece. Okay, king d3. I don't love that move. That king's going right back. b2, take. The king has to go back e2. You're not trapping this knight. It's not happening. It goes to b6. It's fine. It's guarded. Then you lose the pawn. The king's going right back after b2. Although knight e5 is also a consideration. Hold on, knight e5. Take this bishop, bishop d4. Oh, which one's better? My gut says you want to keep the knight. Knights are annoyingly tricky, and I think you want to keep it on the board. But this one's kind of nice because you just know, like, there's no risk. Moment of truth, 95. And there's not even much I can say. Like outside of that, it's just I prefer the knight. I think it's trickier, more chances for forks, more chances. But okay, she does go 95. Like this again, I do understand this. She could keep the knight on the board though. Hold on. She could just play bishop d4. Maybe we get the best of both worlds. The knight doesn't have to go back to b2. So you keep the knight active, but you still keep it on the board. Again, not an easy decision. Because knight takes f3, you know, like there's no risk of you ever losing. Keeping the knight is just for the tricks. Practical play. The moment. Think, what are you going to decide? Not much to analyze yet. This is just a matter of preference. It's not like there are any clear tactics if you keep the knight or not. It's all going to be in the play. Now, I think if you do keep the knight, ideally you want it as some scenario probably where it's on d4, annoying the king. And the more you can keep it kind of in the back, trying to create some checks as well with the bishop, works. Now, there are chances to press in both. It's not like you give up the knight, it's a complete draw. You keep the knight, it's a win. Both should be a draw with best play. The two pawns should be enough compensation to at least hold, but you push. You just push. That's also a great point. This is the wrong color bishop. So if the pawns get traded, and this pawn falls, this bishop, the famous H or A pawn, you need the right color of bishop. So keeping the knight also helps because at some point you could trade bishop for bishop in a crazy situation, and the knight with one pawn is winning, but the bishop with one pawn might be drawn. She's really taking the time, really trying to evaluate, which is understandable. This is a big decision. I mean, you know, you take that bishop, exactly what kind of endgame you're playing, but if you keep the knight exactly what endgame, it's not like you might have this chance next move. No. As soon as you don't take this bishop, your opponent can slide it back. It's gone. You have this, this one chance to trade it, and that's it. And she flagged. End the game. No, I'm sure it's a DG. I hope it's a DG tier. If this is just after all that, if she came back in this game and suddenly was pushing for the win, and then she flagged, I'm storming the board. You'll see me just leave. I'll storm the board. Add a minute on the clock myself. This isn't legal. Flagging, not legal. Try again. Okay, let me glance while we wait. Glance at the other games. Looks like, I mean, just from evaluations, not diving into them, a lot of potential draws. It does look like Anthony Antonasov just took down Titus. Big win, Anthony. I am probably looking for potential GM norm chances. That's huge. Should I be concerned? Did the TGT just not happen? I don't want my joke to be reality. What else? Guillermo Vasquez against Samrug Nayaran. Guillermo maybe going down. That one I have noticed. We haven't jumped into that game, but I know Guillermo has been defending for a long time. Do I need to like refresh this window? Wait, did she flag? Did she actually? Hold on. We're doing the in the background, we're going to her stream. Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm confused. No, she won. She won. Man, don't mess with me like that. What happened though? No way. Wow. Yeah, I'd love to see how it played out from here. Or did he just call it? Did he just call it here? Just so frustrated with how he played and wait. It looks like he may have just resigned here. She took on F3. That's it. Okay. No, it's just the game isn't updating for some reason, but she did win. What a turnaround. She was worse or losing a lot of the game. And it is pretty wild. Like, it's a pretty understandable mistake. I mean, you're up a pawn. You just think, like, hey, let's keep it easy. Let's get the rooks off the board. And then, surprise, that pawn is annoyingly difficult to prevent. Very nice. Very nice defense. Very nice holds. Very big victory for Dina. I mean, kudos. Kudos. Honestly, it's about that time. It's been about 4 hours on the stream. I think that's a pretty good place. That's a pretty good place to call it. Fabi, that game, Theodoro taking down Fabi, the absolute highlight. I mean, again, just what can you say? Very well played game. I think this is just a heartbreaker for Fabi. He had one brief chance. He had one brief opportunity. But other than that, he was almost worse from the beginning, which is crazy. You have the white pieces and your opponent just plays so well that you get zero. You get zero opportunity. What else can you say? It's a great result. A lot of the other games are looking to be most of them draws. Um, but feel free, you can check out all the games on chess.com at events. And yeah, Italian Machine. So apparently she did in Dina's game, she took on F3 and she ended up winning there. But we don't know. The DGT cut out. So we have no idea how it actually finished, but she did win. She played Bishop D4, won the bishop, won the game. Very nice. Everybody, Danya will be back doing commentary in about 2 hours at about 4:45 p.m. Eastern time. It will be round 7. These next 3 rounds are where things are decided. First place victories, GM norms, IM norms. There's a lot on the table outside of the amazing performance of Theodoro being 6 out of 6, taking Fabi down with the black pieces. We have people like Evan Park, who beaten 4 GMs, has a fantastic shot in these last 3 rounds at a GM norm. Fabi obviously will be looking to strike back. He needs to push for the victory. He's going to want to push for the victory. So we'll definitely see Fabi looking to strike back tonight. Theodoro looking to continue his absolute fantastic play. He should have the white pieces. Let's actually take a quick look. Who is he going to play? Who can we expect in the next round? Very likely Oparin. Oparin had the white pieces. Theodoro had the black pieces. Oparin is one of the players tied in second place with 5 out of 6. So it should be Theodoro and Oparin on board 1 going at it. Oparin will be a point behind. So definitely looking to strike if possible. But yeah, definitely don't miss it. These last 3 rounds, the ones to watch out for. Daniel will be back. Fantastic. One of the best commentators in the world. So definitely do not miss him. I myself have been tuning into his coverage of these rounds, trying to keep up with what's going in the tournament, as well as just enjoying everything. So everyone, thank you so much. Much appreciations for being here in the comments. The comments were fantastic. Many of you chiming in and kind of saving me as I'm missing the moves. But until then, just big shout out, fantastic event, and we will see you all hopefully tonight.